Bamuhle akodamntana omuntu bebungenzani wase wamusha umuntu akodamntana omuntu bebungenzani wase wamuhle wembokodo akodamntana omuntu wenungenzani wenu inkwenkwezi uyinkwenkwezi khanya khanye bumnyameni uyinkwenkwezi wena uyinkwenkwezi wena uyinkwenkwezi wena ukhanye bunyameni. Well, this song says you are a shining star. Through the darkness, you still are a shining star. So that's you, ladies. Go Dragon. Ngicela senze i-ice break nyana. Yabo. Ngiyabona la ukuthi kugcwele amatshitshi angithi sithe semhlangeni. So mabefika nje o protocol kumele besifice sishisa bhe. So ngicela nicule nami and please stand as we sing the song. So that yabo sibe igazi lishisa. Igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, malibo, hayibo isukuma imbokodo, malibongwe, malibongwe, malibongwe. Igama lamakhosikazi mali igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe libongwe malibongwe malibongwe mali igama ayibo thatha mbokodo usuku lakho nalolu alibongwe olamakhosikazi malibongwe libongwe malibongwe malibongwe. Camera, so i-camera ingakushuthi uhlinile yabo smile kancane nje so that i-camera izakwenza igama lamakhosikazi omalibongwe libongwe mali omalibongwe libongwe igama shoo ay wena shikisa oyithi malibongwe lamakhosikazi oh malibongwe 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 libongwe nasisitimela engithi igama lamakhosikazi engithi igama lamakhosikazi omalibongama yebo sima omalibongwe yebo ishu omalibongwe aibo omalibongwe malibongwe malibongwe libongwe mali. Please don't sit down. There's a song that we sing. Elithi Oh, sindisi, oh. Okay, sorry again.
Ngiyaxolisa bengisacela kakhulu ngokusithoba abasasengaphandle bengicela sizilungisele ukungena ngaphakathi sizokwamukela uMinister makaceda usizindle usitulela this one last item. So this is a last call for everybody that is still outside. Please come inside and take your seats as we wait in anticipation for the entry of our honorable Minister, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma. Thank you. One last.
Om sindisi, om sindisi, guwe olithe, engithi om sindisi, om sindisi, om sindisi, anguwe olithemba, ngithi om sindisi, om sindisi, om sindisi, guwe olithemba la mabesithi ithemba lami endumiswe awuhi ithemba lami ithemba lami gonyukana lo ngingene endumi engithi ithemba lami ithemba lami gonyukana lo ngingene endumise ithemba lami gonyukana lo ngingene endumisweni. Okay. Tiwaya siqhubeke. Singene i-vibe. No shame. Yabo phela nibasho ukuthi nina niboni. You guys look beautiful as I'm standing here and I'm shaking. My knees are shaking. I'm amongst royalty and beautiful women. So there's a song that we sing back home, and it's always nice to see you. Even when you get to ICC, khona bazalwane, as you get to ICC, khona mabhinca. So nizowabona amabhinca ngeke ngiwakhomba bazoyiveza wona. Angazi kodwa don't be shy, just sing along. Let's sing ngoma. Noma ngabe izindlu zodaka, noma ngabe izindlu danami, noma ngabe izindlu zodaka, noma ngabe izindlu danami, noma ngabe izindlu zodaka. Last time. Awukusekhaya la danami kusekhaya la ayibo engithi noma ngabe izindlu zoda awukusekhaya lana danami kusekhaya la kusekhaya jiwo mangabe izindlu zoda engithi noma ngabe izindlu zodaka.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May we all rise. The Minister of the Department of Women, Her Honorable Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. May I make a last call for everybody that is still outside? May we start entering the hall and take our seats. Once the minister and her delegation have settled, we need to sing the national anthem. Thank you, ladies. Thank you. You may all take your seats. It's evident I shouldn't have been a singer in my life. I'm sure Nyangizwa ngibhimbalana la. I would like to welcome this morning the Minister in the Department of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma. I welcome also the representatives from the Premier's Office, Ms. Bongile Sithole Muloi, the MEC for Social Development, Mamnun Ntlanhla Khoza, the Deputy Mayor of eThekwini, Councillor Uzandile Mnyeni, Your Royal Highness, Princess Mamthembu Botela. Ngithanda ukubingelela namakhosi nondlunkulu abangaphakathi kwendawo elangeni lanamhlanje. Ngiqale ngenkosi uJabulile Princess uShangazi. Undlunkulu uThenjiwe Glen Rose Luthuli. Undlunkulu uKhonzi Hlenga. Undlunkulu Ntombining Maphumulo. Undlunkulu Phumelele Maphumulo. Siyanamukela elangeni lanamhlanje. Ngibingelele nabaphathi bami ama co-chair we Women Economic Assembly, uDr. Futhi Ntoba nosisi Namhla Nikki. Ngibingelele nabo bonke ngaphansi kwe-province yase-KZN abasebenza kuwikhona, Mama Mafiki nalonke i-team lakho. Ngiyanibingelela. I'd like to greet the esteemed panelists and speakers that will be on the program this morning. I'd also like to send my greetings to the Director General of KwaZulu-Natal, Dr. Nonhlanhla Mkhize, all the HODs present in the room, CEOs and chairpersons of public entities, the Deputy Director Generals that are present in this room, in the senior government officials as well, captains of industry, and all the businesswomen in the room, the exhibitors, media houses present, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you all this morning in the first provincial rollout of the Women Economic Assembly. It's very apt for me. Very apt for me as the first rollout is happening in the province of my forefathers, Ozigote, Omakhanda, Odonda. Igama lami, uMandisa Mkwanyana. I am honored to have been tasked to drive the program today. As a young woman in business, standing before you, sharing the stage with leaders in both the public and private sector who are concerned, determined, and motivated for the cause of women. This is not a task I take lightly. Today, the Women Economic Assembly is taking the first step in rolling out this very important initiative across all 9 provinces in South Africa. The Assembly was launched in 2021 by the Office of the Presidency. This initiative stems from Pillar 5 of the National Strategic Plan, specifically focusing on economic power, which commits to create procurement opportunities for women in both the public and private sector. In addition, WICONA is driven explicitly by the outcome 5.1 that says accelerated initiatives that need to address women's unequal and social economic position by giving them access to government and private sector procurement, employment, housing, access to land, financial resources, and other income generating streams. I won't take too long elaborating on who we are as the Assembly and why we are all here today, as I believe that the Honorable Minister, the co-chairs, and other speakers that will come onto the panel will further detail the work that has happened since inception, the past 2 years, and the intention of what we aim to do with the provincial rollouts. I was raised to understand that when you visit someone's home, you don't just walk in and open the fridge and make yourself at home without being welcomed. So at this point, I would like to call the Deputy Mayor of eThekwini, uKhensila Zandile Mnyeni, azosamukela ngaphakathi kwe-province yase-KZN. Siyabonga.
Thank you, Program Director, the Minister of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, Umawethu, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, our own. I would also like to acknowledge our MECs present, the MEC of Social Development, Umawethu again, Umama Unonhlanhla Wakakhoza. I would also like to acknowledge MEC Wethu, Dr. Bongi Moloi. I would also like to acknowledge the co-chair of Women in Economic Assembly, Oba. I would also like to acknowledge abantwana basendlunkulu yazithoba kunina kakhulu, which was observed by MEC wethu. A representative from different sectors, distinguished guests, officials from national and province. Naze nabahle makhosikazi. It is very important, Minister, MECs, to do this when you are still alive. I'm standing here, I am representing not only the women of eThekwini, but the women of South Africa. We must acknowledge and applaud that as women, you are leading us with integrity. You have never forgotten us. The programs that you are spearheading are the reflection that you understand our challenges as women. As we applaud these three women in front of us today, to give them a round of applause. It is a great honor for me to be in the midst of the great women of our country to this special occasion of Women Economic Assembly, which seeks to leverage the opportunities for women entrepreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, my task is to welcome you into this assembly and wish you a fruitful engagement. As the leadership of eThekwini municipality, we are honored that you have chosen our city to host this prestigious event. We want to state that we are delighted that you are here at eThekwini, the warm city. Since the dawn of democracy, this country has prioritized the empowerment of women. When we're talking about prioritizing, today we are implementing the priority of women and the growth of business owned by women. As part of the contribution as a city to women empowerment, we are working very closely with the various stakeholders. Our intention is to see women taking their rightful place in the sectors of business in all the sectors. As a caring government, we continue to be guided by the ideas of our struggles and also other women who said during their times they are having a certain agenda. As women who are living in the 21st century, we are confronted with a lot of challenges, but one of those challenges is to say, how can we as women be at the center of achieving that we participate in our economy? As eThekwini municipality, we celebrate the steady progress made for women in the country. However, we are concerned that despite of the fact that in our province has more than 600 kilometers of the coastal lines, but women are still locked out of the ocean economy. Minister, it is very important when we are talking about women in business that we go to all sectors. I am not saying we must not go to sectors like catering, but the time has come for us to venture into other things because at the end of the day, this is our economy. This is our country. And this is also very important that as women gathered here, we must know that it's not about us. We are representing other women. When we go out of this room, we must also have program to uplift other women. Issue of us my honorable leaders, partner, men companies must have an end. When we say government must give us opportunity, opportunities are there. We might not be all beneficiaries, but if you have benefited, uplift another sister. Therefore, we fully support this initiative by the Minister and the Premier and also to say moving forward, let us also have such programs that will be implemented also in our municipalities. As eThekwini municipality, we want to make it a point that in all sectors, we are opening doors for women to come to eThekwini for business, to come and get information. Because sometimes we may be saying that the government is not delivering, yet we are not informed of some of the opportunities which are there. Before I descend this podium, I want to say, women, the sky is the limit. Let us hold hands. These are not talk shop events. These are events for us to be empowered. When we are empowered, we'll go back and empower other women. Thank you.
Let us not be shy to go for the big deals and not just the deco and the catering. At this moment, before I call the co-chair of the Women Economic Assembly, we would like to just play a very short clip that gives you an essence of the assembly, the inception, and where we have proceeded. Right after that, co-chair Dr. Futi Mtoba will give address as well. Thank you.
What we aim to do at the Women Economic Assembly is to invite all South Africans to come and showcase success regarding women empowerment, also learn from each other of how best to address the issues of empowerment, and for players, meaning the private sector and the public sector, showcase to women the opportunities that are available so that women can understand how to access those opportunities. Because one of these challenges around the economic empowerment is that you found, for an example, private sector would say, I would like to give opportunities to women, but where are the women? And then the women would be like, I've been trying to access opportunities, but how do I do it? So this platform presents on an annual basis an opportunity for that kind of engagement. Closing the overall gender gap will require 131 years. At the current rate of progress, it will take 169 years for economic parity and 162 years for political parity. This is according to the World Economic Forum. We cannot afford to wait that long. It would simply be irresponsible of us. Minister in the Department of Women and Persons with Disability, Dr. Nkosazana Zuma, Dlamini Zuma, Premier's representative, Ms. Bongi Sitole Moloi, Deputy Mayor of eThekwini, Sis Sandile Myeni, Your Royal Highness, Princess Mamtembu Potelo, Female Amakosi Ondunkulu, distinguished guests and fellow participants, good morning. My co-chair, Namhla Mniki, at the private office of the President, good morning. My name is Futim Toba. It's my pleasure to be with you today in Kwazulu-Natal. So each time I stand in front of any audience and to talk about the work that we do, I'm struck by the phenomenon of womenomics, coined by Kathy Matsao, a former Goldman Sachs strategist. Womenomics is both a strategy and a series of comprehensive actions that seek to promote opportunity and capacity of women to directly contribute to inclusive economic growth. When Japan started implementing their own strategy, they were faced with the challenge of shrinking economic growth because they had ignored the valuable contribution of women in the workforce. 6 years later, 2 million women had been added to the workforce in Japan. Womenomics had become a core pillar of Japan's growth strategy, recognizing the power of women's economic participation to mitigate demographic challenges that threatened the Japanese economy. I always share the Japan story because it offers an important lesson for us that it pays for a nation to include women in its economy. The value that lies in the innovative capacity, resilience, and the multiplication capacity of women will see our economy rise to an economy to be reckoned with globally. If we bring it back home, only 21.5% of businesses are owned by women in South Africa, according to the Mastercard Index of Women Entrepreneurs. 11.1% of working age women are engaged in early stage entrepreneurial activities. However, South Africa still trails behind countries like Botswana with 38.5% and Uganda with 38.4%. When the Women Economic Assembly, an initiative under Pillar 5 of the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide, which commits to unlock procurement opportunities for women in the public and private sector, was launched in October 2021. It was the first of its kind. The Women Economic Assembly seeks to unlock opportunities for women-owned businesses in industry supply chains by activating commitments, inspiring action, and measuring progress. Since its founding in 2021, Wikona has worked to enlist the support of business in order to set gender transformation targets for each sector, implement existing commitments, and create game-changing initiatives that will boost the purchasing of goods and services from women-owned businesses. We are here in KwaZulu-Natal today to roll out Wikona provincially. Minister, let me share some of the key achievements over the past 2 years. We launched with 4 sectors, but to date we have increased the number actively engaging with the following sectors: finance, automobile, agriculture, energy, FMCG, tourism, mining, sugar, poultry, textile, clothing, leather and footwear, transport and logistics, infrastructure, green economy, ICT and steel. Our goal is to unlock opportunities in all 17 Departments of Trade and Industry and Competition sector master plans. Let me give you some highlights of our achievement to date. The finance industry has supported positively to the efforts by Wikona to engage on gender lens investing. During the Finances Maiden Gender Lens Investing Summit, financial institutions such as the National Empowerment Fund, Industrial Development Corporation, Standard Bank, ABSA, and World agreed to work towards a collaborative gender fund, with IDC alone committing 9 billion to women-owned businesses. Automotive sector. In the automotive sector has been a model sector for Wikona. At the 2021 launch, this sector made commitments towards gender targets, including earmarked funding through its transformation committee and the auto funds allocated has been to enterprises with women ownership. Furthermore, the automobile industry co-hosted a sector workshop with Wikona where an action plan was agreed to advance sector transformation. Entities that are actively participating are the IFTF, NAMSA, and the Transformation Committee. But it should be noted that the above entities represent the whole industry. Therefore, proxy for that whole industry has been active. The agriculture, our engagement in the started with, but efforts by Wikona to further engage with Agrisa and gain insight of commitments and actions have not been a success. However, through one of our partners, You Can Grow, a group of women producers have been contracted to produce peppers, and agri-hubs are being established in different provinces. The FMCG sector engagement started with Massmart since the announcement of its 2 billion in localization from the company. No further progress has been received. The energy sector started in 2021 has led a production of an energy sector report where numerous associations developed and endorsed a 10-point call for action. Several Wikona sectors are relatively new, including the Wikona tourism stream, infrastructure, transport, and mining. Work is underway to develop sector action plans that will activate opportunities for women as well as to ensure the growth of women-owned businesses from entry level and to large scale. Minister, the challenges facing women in our country are daunting. But we gather here as a formidable collective of brave, resolute women and men to roll out the Women Economic Assembly as a definite and deliberate intervention that aims to facilitate real change and financial emancipation for women in this country. The achievements that I've highlighted illustrate that many untapped opportunities that exist within the sector value chains across every corner of this country, such that no one is left. Only through the empowerment of women, growth, create jobs, and expand economic opportunity for all. Here in KwaZulu, the provincial honor is that women within the province are able to participate in economically viable sectors. We want to build on the successes of the past 2 years and accelerate the pace of gender transformation at a provincial and a municipal level, and ensure that women can effectively take advantage of Wikona's aspiration. This province will focus on the following sectors for a start. The ocean economy. KwaZulu-Natal, the ocean economy in KwaZulu-Natal offers significant potential for economic growth and development. KwaZulu-Natal has a long coastal line along the Indian Ocean, which presents opportunities across various sectors of the ocean economy. The second area will be the ports and maritime trade. We all know that KZN is the home to major the Port of Richards Bay, and these ports play a crucial role in facilitating international trade, handling containerized cargo, bulk commodities, and facilitating cruise tourism. The port generates substantial revenue, creates employment opportunities, and contribute to regional and national economic growth. The third sector is the emerging construction. The third sector is the construction sector. Emerging construction companies are the employers of a number of skilled, semi-skilled, and general labor in KwaZulu-Natal. The construction sector is in the forefront of infrastructure development in the whole country. But women-owned businesses are still faced. Today, we will hear about some of the opportunities that KwaZulu-Natal's ocean economy, the ports and maritime, and the agricultural sector present for women-owned businesses. This should include commitments that can be measurable and that we can look back at the end of next year to measure how much of that progress was made from the commitment that will be made today. So as I conclude, the barriers faced by women forced us to think clearly about specific targets, which must inform how we measure and track progress as we go forward. We have identified 6 critical aspects for gender transformation in each industry as a measurement guideline moving forward. Target 1 is the increase as it's operating. Establish an including clear funding mechanism training and mentorship that increase jobs, for integrating industry interventions to township and rural economic development. Five, create an enabling policy environment. The sixth target is establish the parallel sector linked to each industry, including trade opportunities regionally and globally. We believe that if each industry were to leave this room today with a clear commitment to develop an action plan around each of these six guidelines, we would achieve the economic participation and the inclusive growth we want to see in our country. We are grateful to the KwaZulu-Natal businesswomen who worked tirelessly to make today possible. We thank the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, the Premier's Office, critical partners, sponsors, and of course, the women entrepreneurs in this room. I look forward to a vibrant discussion and a strong partnership for action in the future. I thank you. It's always scary.
Siyabonga kakhulu, Dr. Mthoba. We are getting to the part of the program where we are going to invite women that are currently in business to share their challenges, to share areas where they've identified opportunities in the sectors that they operate in. But most importantly, to ask how the leaders in this room can unlock value for them in their value chains. Before I call my panelists to the podium, I'd like to just remind us of just a few housekeeping rules. May we kindly keep our phones on silent. The bathrooms are to the left of me, and across the venue, you will see fire escapes should there be a case of. Very importantly, we are here to support women in business. One of the things that I've been taught by women that walk ahead of me as a young woman in business is before we knock on government's door, how are we trading amongst each other? Before we ask for someone else to fund our business, how are we taking out from our pockets and buying impahla zakamam zanele instead ukuthi sigijimele ku-Gucci? So I say that to remind us that there are exhibitors in the venue. They are downstairs towards the escalators. They have their various products on display and also on sale. And I know month end is still very close. So may we also, as the day proceeds, feel free to go downstairs to the main hall and support other women in business. At this moment, I'd like to call up Sipiwo Mzwali, the founder of Rock Automotive, a woman in the auto sector. Sipiwo is also the auto sector lead at Women Economic Assembly nationally. She is also the coordinator of the Northwest Provincial rollouts, which will be happening in the next few weeks. Please take a seat. Next up on the panel, I would like to invite Ms. Makhosi Msimangu. Is it Makhosi or Makhosi? Phela mina ngumZulu waseGoli. Ngixolele. Makhosi Msimangu, she's a CEO of Nzenga Tours. She is also an advisory member of the Women in Tourism and Hospitality. And unfortunately, we lost one of our panelists this morning. Or are they found? Okay. Lost and found. Thank you. Awesome. This is fantastic. I would like to invite Dr. Kunta to join us on the panel. And the main premise of our discussion, ladies and gentlemen, is, as mentioned, to get a deeper understanding of the to get a better understanding of the challenges we face as women in business. I would like to firstly request you ladies to do justice in introducing yourselves. Um, Briefly share with us what your company does, and then we'll get into the depth of our discussion. I caution you that time is not on our side. So, nilogning bega yabo, nang twiza associates, so we time up. Ngiyabonga. I will start with you, Dr. Q. Oh, you want age before beauty? Yes. Please start.
Nami,
Now we can.
I can raise my voice. Oh, there we go. Sanbonani, Ninjani. All protocol reserved. Thank you, Mom, for allowing us to have this wonderful opportunity to be in your presence as the women in business, to explore and share with everyone our challenges and also opportunities. I am Makosi Msimango, the founder and CEO of Inzenga Tours and Safaris, which specialize in authentic cultural heritage tourism experiences in South Africa and the Greater Africa. The business has exclusive rights to take our tourists into the Zulu Royal Palaces up in Nongoma on an annual basis.
Waiting for that.
Yeah, yeah.
Siyabonga, siyabonga. Siphiwe, bengicela usazise ukuthi where you are from, Rock Automotive.
Molweni. Okay, my name is Siphiwe Mzwali.
Louder, please.
Is it? Yeah, I am. My name is Siphiwe Mzwali. I'm actually coming from, I'm not sure. I'm from East London originally, but I am in the Northwest. So that is why I'm saying I am not sure. I am in the automotive industry. I am the Wicona's automotive sector lead national. And then also the founder of Rock Automotives, which is a car dealer as a woman. So the reason I'm emphasizing as a woman, I don't like that. I don't like the fact that we're doing things as women. We have to be doing things because it's what we like and it's what we are passionate about. Then in that way, we will excel. Thank you.
Um, Ngiyabingelela, Minister, now MEC Abakona, the Premier, and ladies and gentlemen, our Program Director and the co-chairs. Igama lami Amzethu Qunda. I'm coming from Eshowe Emlalazi. Kodwa-ke because yes, I'm coming from Emlalazi, Eshowe. Kodwa-ke because of the jobs that we do, I'm now settled here in Durban. I am in construction. My company is called Rainbow Moon Services. I'm in construction. I've been from 2012. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the introductions, ladies. And lami ngizozilahlela wena ningangikhohlwa. Elami igama uMandisa Nkwanyana. I am facilitating this panel. I'm also the chair of the Women's Economic Assembly, Media and Communications sector. My business is in the media, advertising, and communication space. We also have billboards across the country. So if you want a billboard, Emol, call me. But let me get into the discussion, ladies, and I think I'll start with you, Dr. Q. Part of what we want to get essenced out of this room is the challenges that you faced. You mentioned that you are in the construction sector and you've been running it for quite a few years. In your experience entering into a sector that's largely male dominated, what have been maybe one or two highlights of challenges? Because I know they can be long.
Okay, the biggest challenge, I'm glad that there's a minister and there are MECs in this. The biggest challenge is compliance with your regulations. When you're a business, your business must be registered with your CIDB, it must be SARS, you must be compliant, you must be doing monthly returns with SARS, and all of that compliance that is required. And it is not all of us who actually are familiar and have got the background in all of those things. And therefore, when you start and you don't have any resource or any backup at the point, you don't have the money to have an accountant on your payroll. Therefore, when your company is not compliant, you're not going to get the job. So it sort of become your chicken and egg kind of. When do I appoint an accountant to look after my business to ensure my company is compliant all the time? There's even CIPC registration, which you must do on an annual basis. You know, your SARS requirements just per se is kind of, it's not something that anybody can just do it. So that on its own is a major issue because you're obviously not going to get jobs unless those are in the row, you know. So that's just the main, I would say that's the main one because there's quite a number of them that I can mention, but let me just stop there for now.
I'll come to you, Spiu. I'll also get back to you, just linking back to the compliance question. But I want to come to you, Makosi. You're running this amazing tourism business and hospitality, and I heard you mention linkages into getting into Africa. But Dr. Q has just mentioned the overall challenges and that she's faced in her industry, compliance being one of them. And I'm assuming most of us as women in business have some sort of compliance hurdle here and there. In your space, working in the province and trying to also break into other markets, can you also share with the ladies in the room those particular challenges?
So not only do I run a business, I'm also the provincial chairperson for the Women in Tourism chapter. Um, I sit here collectively raising the challenges that the women in the tourism sector are faced with. The major one is the infrastructure. A number of women do brilliant, beautiful things. They've got beautiful products. They've got beautiful services. But when it comes to the infrastructure of where we take our tourists, it can be a challenge, especially for tour guides and tour operators, where you find museum has been shut down. There's no notification, there's no notice, there's no communication to let us know that this museum is under construction. And that shutdown is over a long period, sometimes even years. So those are the major challenges we face. And the second one, which is also major, is the safety and security as business owners. Those in the accommodation establishment can voice the challenges that they face when it comes to safety and security.
Absolutely. Thank you. Oh, there's a thought I need to hold. Spure, and another thing Spure didn't mention is that she is a car dealer, a female-owned car dealership. Prior to the launch of Wikona, they didn't exist in the country. There was zero female-owned car dealerships in South Africa. So I want to just highlight that. Going back to that point I made, prior to 2021, I'm sure you wanted a car dealership. What were the barriers that literally made it impossible to enter?
I actually like the question. Okay, one of the most barriers is that automotive language is very silent. No one is actually, there's quite few people that are aware of what is happening in the automotive sector, and let alone the automotive business value chain and the opportunities that exist within the sector. So those, that is actually the major challenge, and let alone the sector not being professionalized, of which Mayor Futi has just highlighted now that the industry players has heard us and acted upon that. Hence, they have just now introduced, which is the first step, the what is it, the dealership program for women. And we will also like to have maybe few women that would like to enroll in that program, because those are the one of the things that we corner has voiced out to the industry players and we have achieved.
Absolutely. No, thank you. Thank you, Sudai. Makosi, I want to just, I mentioned that I just want to put a pin on it. And I think that was also your opportunity to make a request. Unfortunately, the Minister of Arts and Culture is not in the room. But if some of the challenges in running your business are linked to a department that can ensure that facilities are kept up to speed, I think that's another way we can knock on government's door to assist us as women in business. Because the assistance that we need is not just legislative or funding, but it's also keeping the economy that we operate in safe, secure, viable for tourists to come in. So the other part I want to get back to, because I know as women we can have a tea party and talk about all the problems, but the fact that you are in business and you are running a business and your business is active and your business survived COVID, it means there are also opportunities that you personally identified along the way and opportunities that you've noticed for other women in your sector. For instance, I'm in media. In as much as there's 1,000 opportunities, I won't pursue them, but I know where the gaps are for other people that are interested in getting to my sector. So the next part is, can you frame for us briefly? I'm also conscious of time. Can you frame for us briefly one opportunity, key opportunity that you found and ran with in your business, and maybe one or two that you've identified that other women in the room that are in the same sector as you, Dr. Q, can run with as low-hanging fruits?
Well, in the construction space, I there's a lot of infrastructure program or projects that government particularly is actually involved in. Um, you will call that there's too much opportunity because everywhere you drive, you'll see construction, whether it's in civil or your general building or whatever. So you're going to see that opportunities are there. However, the challenge is in in accessing those, because you still find that when they say you know it's going to be, because it's a big project, it's going to be given to a bigger guy with a bigger muscle and everything, but you must then come in as a subcontract or something. You get managed so tightly that you it's more like you bid again from whatever the rates that were. Now you must bid from this and he must still make a profit out of you, if you understand what I mean. So it's sort of become an opportunity that is sort of a fallacy kind of, because then you end up at the end of the day having not made any money out of it because of the nature in which it is. So I am really not sure how I can advise in that, but I'm just saying that there's got to be a better way of looking at it. However, one of the challenges as well is because government or any other client would want to pay as cheap as possible. So the people that come into the industry who are not familiar, they likely to undercut themselves when they actually sort of bid to say, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this. And because they lack information about the requirements and all of that, they therefore don't have expertise as well to cost in the way that they should be costing for the service. Somehow clients tend to go that direction, even if they're not going to deliver. But by going in that direction, those people who know, they suffer because then they don't get the business because they have priced right. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for that. I heard about as you were chatting. Spiwa, briefly, because I think Umam Kunta has mentioned something, and I think that the sentiment in the room is that most people feel the same way about being a subcontractor forever, right? So that's one thing that we would like to address before we finish with the panel. Spiro, quickly, one key opportunity that you can share with the ladies in the room and they can run with it in your sector.
Okay. What I can say is, like I mentioned before, that automotive language is not out there. One of the most major things that I think one should do, I'll talk based on my experience, is that find a mentor. So when you go to this level of being now an employer, from being an employee, that is a transition. and it should start with your mind alone. And you need to pair yourself with the right people in that industry. So it's actually easier for you not to know who's right, who's not right. So you need to allow yourself to get someone or some people to help you to walk through that road, like that road, and getting into this new role now. Where find a mentor, find people that have been in this industry, associate with yourself with people that are in the sector, and make sure that you attend whatever that needs to be attended so that you can know what is happening in your sector. That's what I can tell.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Ngathi anifuni ukuba nama-dealership nje. EyeLambogini, eyi-one or two. Siyabonga. Marcos, how do we access opportunities to trade with SADC and other African countries? Because you have already started that journey.
Wonderful. So as we know, Africa is God's playground, right? Africa is unique. There's nothing that we can copy and paste in another country. Europe can try, Dubai can try. So in the tourism sector, there's an opportunity where you take our culture, the authenticness of who we are. People are willing to pay, and now I'm talking about profitable markets, are willing to pay a number of rands, dollars. We should be trading in dollars, by the way, to experience how an average South African Zulu person wakes up, conducts themselves, our culture. So that's an opportunity to steadfast and run with that. I established my business in 2006 under the hospice of cultural heritage tourism. I've been successful at it because akekho umuntu ofana njengathi. There's no other culture. So if we can tap into it, the other opportunity that's out there is inclusivity tourism. We've got my sisters here who are interpreters, you know, LGBTQI community, compiling packages for them, accommodating the people with living with disabilities when they come to your accommodation. Is there a wheelchair ramp, you know? And interpreters in the sense of languages as well. So there are various opportunities. The industry, the tourism industry, taps into 72 other industries. So there are numerous opportunities we can tap to. It's a matter of us being ready to tap into those opportunities.
Absolutely. And mentioning that, right, in Tourism Month, um, this is a request from the co-chairs, and it's a wonderful request because we never get the opportunity to look at the minister in the eye and humbly ask for some key interventions. You've mentioned opportunities, you've mentioned challenges. Dr. Q, you mentioned something which is a pain point for all of us, that, for instance, in my industry, most of the agencies are either originally American or British. They can't transform because they can't give away 51% of a holding company. They hire Pretty Mandisa just to speak, but inside there's no transformation. For them to get government jobs or tenders, which most of them get, they put me as a 30% subcontractor. When the deal comes, there's another Pretty Mandisa that they found there that can run with the job. How do we effectively, no, let me leave it because this is the questions. These are your asks to the minister and the leave it and the leaders in the room. So where I want to leave with some of the things that I've highlighted is there are these critical pain points that if we were to move it, it would move us from here to here. One, one, one. There are a lot, but I know in my industry, if we drop subcontracting, maybe kick some of the white American agencies out, and ensure that there are proper packages for young Black-owned businesses that are in the market, it would take us from 0 to 100. That's in my industry. But one key thing that if the minister were to be able to magically make it happen tomorrow, what would it be in your sector in construction, in your sector in auto, in your sector in tourism. Ngimzulu mamyeni makakhuluma ekuseni uthe we are done with just being small traders. Sometimes I feel, and no disrespect, sometimes I feel in my business, I'm still like my mom who has a nest thing some tap away. It still feels like a side thing. When does it actually get to be a formidable thing that lasts beyond my generation? So one, one, one.
First and foremost is there has to be from industry a deliberate action that is aimed directly at, at increasing the participation of women in from the industry itself. So how that happens is if there's a deliberate action, if there is a particular set aside that so much of the work should be done by women, they should compete alone as women. Now, there shouldn't be a time where we say we couldn't find, those statements that we couldn't find the right person. It can't be that you couldn't find. If then the industry can't find, it must be the industry's problem to 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 ensure that there is, because there are capable people. Because that means you must then look into those that you say, okay, you have 5 people, this one was missing this one was missing that, 5 women was missing that and that. You've identified what was missing. Bring the person on board and say, this is why you didn't get or you don't qualify, and therefore we're gonna assist you to get this so that you are able to participate. That is how we're gonna have the women also running the big, whatever we call big 5, big whatever, they become part of where a 200 million bid or construction project can go to a woman-owned company. Thank you.
Okay. Before I go to the question, Dr. Q, what she's saying, it's exactly what we have recommended or requested to the industry players, most especially with the AITF, which is the Automotive Industry Transformation Fund, looking at their funding criteria to say, okay, fine, when you have found this application and you are declining it, what is it that now you will be doing in the next, so that in the next 3 months or 6 months, to make sure that the application is approving. So we have achieved that, and the numbers are going up of the applications that are becoming successful, because that was our focus point and our focus area as the automotive industry, to the automotive leaders or industry players. Okay, going back to Mandisa's question, I will make an example based on what I do, because I also ventured into the business of selling tires, supplying tires to the mines and so on. So before I get into any business, I make sure that I do a full research of what is happening. Then I've realized that I called this particular company to say, I want to be on their database, be their client, meaning which I want to buy direct from the factory. And then they told me that, no, you can't. You must buy from our company that is in Cape Town, which is tier 1, is our tier 1. So I was asking, okay, fine, what makes them tier 1? Are they your manufacturers, or they supporting your part of your manufacturers? No. They are tier 1 because they buy more than 3 million rands from us per month. So you need to buy from them. I'm like, then how do I become their competitor, or how will I do better than them if I'll keep on buying from this particular company? And then they said, no, sorry, ma'am, that's how we operate, because we're only 5 in head office, so we can't open others for other suppliers. You need to support those ones that are there. And then I said, okay, fine, but I can't work like that, because I want to be their competitor. So I'll find ways. So going back to the minister now, that is the request. How do we unlock that? How do we go back now and check to see how are these companies operating, and how do we challenge that? Because in that way, we'll be able to open more of the opportunities for women. And I think it's not only the automotive sector that is facing that, and there's actually more sectors that are facing that. Thank you.
So, Mandyusa, if you're talking about something that the minister can do overnight,
Like magic.
um, on our side, we request government alignment to women in business economic agenda. I am listening to my sisters here, and we share the same challenges, whether we in the construction, automobile, or the tourism, but it's the same challenges. So once we get that fine-tuned, the alignment of the women in business, economic, not empowerment or inspirational or you're doing a great job, but economic empowerment agenda, that will alleviate the governmental bureaucracy and red tapes that we face. In the Women in Tourism chapter, we advocate and lobby for economic empowerment. We approach SOEs departments and say, can we see your stats when it comes to SCM? How many women have you empowered? And then you see the challenges is that the alignment is lacking. You go to one SOE, one department, you think you have your ducks in a row, but there's something missing. So if they can speak in one voice, one agenda, I think it's a doable thing, but it's a challenge I'm posing to the minister.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ladies. And you've said a lot, and but I think the general vein, and I also am very conscious of time and conscious of the three magical requests that we've requested from the minister. But the general vein that I'm picking up from our panelists is opportunities are all around us. However, there are currently systems that have been created by people that have been in the industry for a long time that make it difficult for us to enter. I mean, for instance, if Uspiwo cannot buy tires and compete, it's not a legislative barrier, it's not a law, it's just people that organize themselves for years and they're closing us out. So that is one major challenge in terms of how do we unbundle that. Another key area that Dr. Q mentioned, and I think it was also again in a similar vein, is getting into the real big contracts. You know, what what frameworks can be done to make sure that if there is this minimum 40% that has been set aside for us as women, we need to only as women bid against that minimum 40%. Obviously, naturally, we need to ensure that all our ducks are in a row. And I believe most of us have been in business for a while and we comply and we do all these things. But for me, just in closing remarks on this panel, even us as women, you know, they, there are opportunities, there are systems that are put in place, but let's stop playing small. Let's stop being afraid to to agitate the system. I like what Umakosi said, and it reminds me, and I was sharing this with co-chair last night. This has been a personal quote for me since I was about 16. And Thomas Sankara says, developing a development, creating a developmental project without the participation of women is like using four fingers when you have 10. Developing a developmental project without the participation of you and I in this room is like using four fingers when you have 10. So I urge you all, ladies, and I'm sure you've heard the panelists and the minister has also made her notes, but in the sector that you operate in, you are the other six fingers. The country can't grow without us. Communities can't thrive without us. Amen to that. A man can't be born without us. Amen to that. So I think for me, just to close, and in the experiences that we've shared as women in business, and in the experiences that you will share as the day proceeds and you network amongst each other, beyond just having a network, unlock power in that network that you have. It's not about meeting Mom Q and we quickly have a deal. but it's meeting her and unlocking something for her that's got nothing to do with me. So I urge all of us, with all the challenges that we face, with all the interventions that are being made, 1956 cannot be in vain. We need that spirit again. We need to galvanize and push for economic power. Thank you, ladies. Yes.
Thank you.
At least amadola asavuma ayakwazi ukufika lapha kuma. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to our panelists. Um, Apologies. Thank you so much to our panelists. Um, at this juncture, I'm going to invite the the Premier's representative, Ms. Bongi Sitole Muloi. The Premier sent her humble apologies that she couldn't be with us today, but Bongi Sitole Muloi will share a message from the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, and also at the same time, she will also do us the honors of introducing our Honorable Minister, Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini-Zuma. Thank you. Thank you.
You to the program director, Mandi Samkwanas Kwanyana. Washo kunye ngapha. Kwanyana. Oh. Siyabonga ukuthi kodwa asisodwa kubantu abangabhaleki kahle. Bese isikhathi nami bathi ngumloyi Sithole. Bese ngivuma ukuthi hayi umloyi can be uSithole because we are two. I want to greet our Honorable Minister, Dr. Nkosazane Dlamini-Zuma, Minister for Department of Women, Youth and Person with Disability. Siyabingelela kakhulu mafunga sewakithi. Hayi la KwaZulu-Natal, hayi South Africa, wase-Africa, mafunga sewakithi. I was not gonna speak because Primo ngithumile, but bengizokhuluma ngosisi Nkosazane. Kodwa namhlanje ngizokhuluma lokho ngithunyiwe. I want also to greet and acknowledge Deputy Mayor who has just welcomed us in eThekwini. She has just gone out. And my colleague MEC Khoza, who is here with us, MEC for Social Development, Umkhathini. I want also to greet the Royal Highness Princess Mamthembu Potelwa, all female amakhosi and ondlunkulu. Siyabingelela ngenhlonipho. Co-chairs of Wekhona, Miss Mafiki Khoza, and also Dr. Mtoba, who has just spoken to us. The problem ukuthi amanye amagama asuke ashintsha la endleleni, and you'll appreciate ukuthi if I've mixed, it's not because I'm rude to those that have changed. It's just that I wanted to also to call as per the ngangishayike kakhulu. Manje ama members wonke ewekhona board members, we are greeting you. Director General of KwaZulu-Natal, Dr. Mkhize, and all HODs and all officials from the government, National Deputy General, Director General, Abasuka National, and all senior officials from the national government departments, women in business and all captains of industry, exhibitors, media house presence, distinguished guests, Sanibonani. Sanibonani. Naze nabashi. Ngiyanibingelela ke egameni likahulumeni waKwaZulu-Natal, oholwa ngumama uNomusa Dube Ncube, uMadube wakaNcube, inyamazane, yena usiphethe la, ohamba phambi kwethu osikhuzayo njengamabutho akhe. As one of ibutho lakhe, I'm here to represent her. She has to attend to other government business that needs her personally because it's outside the province. So want to ukuthi ke sithi ministers ilokho kwenza ukuthi ubone sekukhona lobu busokufana nami. Kodwa I'm happy ke ukuthi sikhona la. What makes me happy is that I'm a woman and I see a lot of women here who wants to change the country for the better. And that excites me all the time when I look at women. I see potential in each and every one of you seated there. Nibahleke beyond all others. Again, is shining for being so wonderful and beautiful. Beniyisholo nini kusendithini bahle sesiyasho ke nathi seso number 3 mhlambe noma number 2 ekushoni lokho, then I know that every time we must say that thing to each other, not ngoba sithe fanele sisaziwe ngobuhle kodwa fanele saziwe nemisebenzi emihle, ubuhle benza imisebenzi emihle. This is happening in a heritage month where we would want to accelerate cultural diversity of our province and our country and the continent. It's when we realize as women that how important we are when we look at that and realize how much work we need to do to be able to say we are totally liberated and we are equal in this country and in this continent. Women economic empowerment is a prerequisite for the creation of the world characterized by equality, peace, and prosperity. All of us, women and men, should be seized with the task of making this noble goal, women economic empowerment, a reality. It is due to the pursuits of this objective that, as the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Government, we are honored to be part of today's provincial rollout of the Women Economic Assembly. We believe that today's event marks a seminal moment in the struggles for total emancipation, women emancipation and empowerment. We are also pleased that amongst us is a tried and tested internationalist and a women empowerment emancipation activist, Dr. Nkosazane Dlamini Zuma, okhona phakathi kwethu esimazi ngokusebenza nokukhuthalela ukusebenzela abantu bakithi, hayi kuphela lapha eKwaZulu-Natal, hayi kuphela eSouth Africa, hayi kuphela kwizwekazi kodwa emhlabeni wonke uhambile wasimela wawenza lo msebenzi. Bancane kakhulu ke abafana naye ukuthi mabenikezwe umsebenzi bangafiki bazizwe be-comfortable kulo msebenzi. We take her from along and she has always been like that in all departments and all responsibility. She wants to leave a mark and we learn a lot from you, Dr. Nkosazane Dlamini Zuma. I knew that when you get there, you will find something or then you do something about it. Women economic empowerment is very crucial, and for us to be emancipated, we need to be part not only just of economy. Bengizwa la yangithethisa uDokotela uMinister mangithi indaba zo-catering madoda sonke siyapheka la, asingayixoxi leyo. Uthi hayi bonke nayo imali, ngithi hayi o 10,000 o 100,000 thina sifuna amamiliyoni namabhiliyoni and trillions. Because for us to be able to make a dent and a mark, we must think big, we must play big. And we'll never do anything masolo sithi hayi shame ugade ekhaya ukuthi nesenza le misebenzi eminye, hayi let's go there. Makuthiwa kunemafia amakhosikazi akwa construction ake nathi ke sitholakale lapho. Sesikhathi lokuthiwa imafia amadoda afuna i-construction ngenkani, thina asifuni lutho nje ngenkani. Sanelisekile nje usolo sicela sinokha ke kungazwakali nokuzwakala ukuthi we are knocking. Manje sesifuna nathi ukugula ukudela, singene kwi-economy, singene through agriculture, singene through technology, singene through ama-automotive, hayi kuphela ukudayisa iy'moto nokuzakha. What will stop us from doing so? Singene kwi-mining, singene kuma-truck, lama-truck asivimba every day la akona wethu thina abantu besifazane. It must be owned by us. I'm just saying what the premier has asked me to do. Ngifike ngiyibike le ndaba. Ukuthi imbi nokho, kodwa-ke we are going to make it. This rollout is going to give us an opportunity that we must advance our tangible program of action for a meaningful women economic empowerment, such as these rural, that these rural can again believe in their own tomorrow. These rural women can believe in their own and will be the better and will see the better tomorrow. So siyafuna ukuthi babone omama benze njalo. Ukuthi sibaningi eSouth Africa but iningi lethu yilona elihluphekayo. Makucima ugesi thina sine problem. Makuphela amanzi thina sine problem. But we are not doing anything about it. People who are selling solar and alternative energy is not us. But it's us that get affected when these things come in our household. I'm saying that with the spirit of saying that as women, you can change this. Last month it was Women's Month. We remember those women not because they were looking good, they were speaking nice. They did something about the challenges they face in their time. And hence today we still remember them in 1956, August 9, 200,000 women march. Angithi sisho njalo. Sithi they were led by women of caliber, women who has a vision. Nangu Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma here is having a vision. Siyafuna ukuthi mayiphumula abe ne-peace of mind and say ukuthi I've done my part and I can see the fruits. These are women that listened to me and did something mangimaphambi kwabo. Manje singaloko sizothi hey siyakubona dokotela. Siyakuthanda dokotela. Yes, it's good to do that, but what are we doing ngama efforts awafakayo? Ekwa Department of Health we can attest with what she did there. Okwakungekho. We can attest ka Home Affairs what she did there. We can attest my foreign minister what she did. We can attest ukuthi mayeba usihlalo wase-Africa. Today we are talking about 2063. And it's her program. So we can't let her down by saying we keep on complaining. Udokotela uNkosazana Dlamini Zuma is chanting the way and giving us the vision. If we can do this thing, Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma is one of the people saying, let's not have imingcele e-Africa because we are all Africans. Seniyathula-ke ngoba aniyithandi kahle leyo. It was Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma who started the debate around ama-boundaries ase-Africa and borders when she was a minister of Home Affairs. So when we seated here as women, we should not be happy ukuthi sibiziwe sabakhona saxoxelwa bese sigriva. Take what is good, go and practice it, then you'll see a difference. We will fail, but you are not going to fail forever. Mawufailile, you see ukuthi yini lekwenze wafeyila, you correct it and then you move on. So let's be independent as women. Sifuna nathi ukuziphathela lana iy'moto sikhande zethu iy'moto esiy'thanda thina. Sidayise iy'moto sidayiselane. Kungashiwo ukuthi ene awu ngeke sithenge kuDr. Qunde. Hawu kanjani manje kusho thina. Ngoba ithina esinamandla sibaningi thina yini bantu besifazane. Why can't we go there? Siyothi hey wenzani? Ushilo usisi lapho utheni uhambe ebukisa ngendawo yakithi la KwaZulu. Umakhosi ngithi hayi khuleka simakhosi usasho okuncane wena uhamba la ugcine la. Fanele uphume manje na uyihlanganise lento wenza ulayini. Mawungafika enquthu nje awukayenzi lutho. Enquthu there is isandlwana, impi yasesandlwana happened in Nquthu. Impi yaseNcome happened in Nquthu. So you must not only there, in each and every corner of our country and our continent, there is a story that we must teach each other about. And that will make peace ngoba sizokwazana ukuthi who are we culturally and our customs, and some of them they relate. It's just that we have not even listened to each other about this. As women, for us to be able to walk the talk, let's try and not be pulling each other down. Let's find a way of holding each other's hands. So when I speak here, I said, Guti, the reason why I went to school is not because my mother was harsh on me, but it's because my mama taught me how important education was. not for me as a person, but for the nation that I live in. So wangitshela ukuthi ufundisela isizwe and wenza umhlomulo esizweni sakubo. Then I could see that which is a bigger vision my mother had about me as a girl. So then I had to look up ukuthi obani amanye amawusisi la sebethe ukuba dadla nami engingabuka kuba benza izinto ezinhle ngingabuki laba benza ezinye izinto nje ngingaziqondi kahle nami engazi ukuthi noma zongisiza yini. So you take good things. Umuntu akekho 100% perfect, but there are good things that you can take from a person, and that will actually give you more knowledge and understanding of the purpose of your living, and you'll then take your vision forward. So I want to also to speak on the key barriers of women economic empowerment. The United Nations makes a list of 5 key barriers to women economic empowerment. These are legal barriers. I think we have heard Dr. Kunda ekhuluma ngama barriers, and we said about 173 economies survey by the World Bank, 90% have at least one regulation that impends women economic opportunities. About 100 countries impose limitation on the jobs that women can hold. Gender-based job restriction. Globally, over 2.7 billion women are legally restricted from having the same choice of job as men. Restriction on social norms, deeply held beliefs about the women should not be should not do exist, should not in many different contexts, in their homes, in their communities, and then in their workplace. The lack of access to resources is also one of the area that is also cited, and the gender-based violence. And we are worried because Honorable Minister, standing here, I'm so worried. One of the sector of the ANC Women's League in General Kizenga was shot dead in her house. It means that you can't be safe anywhere. And ladies that were, the panelists were here saying that we also need to talk about safety of women. You can't be safe in your home. You can't be safe at work. Anywhere you go, you are feeling unsafe. So as these women, the gender-based violence that we find in our homes, we must talk about, and then we must empower each other and be able to do that. I'm not going to go beyond that because the main speaker and the guest speaker is Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, a wonderful lady and a humble lady, but who knows her story. Bantu fanele bazazi izitori zabo. I'm proud to be associated with her. She knows her story, and she speaks with the confidence in all matters. By profession, she's a doctor and a qualified doctor with BSc degree in zoology and botany from University of Zululand in 1971. Angifuni ukuzisho-ke iminyaka yabantu ngoba niyabala nina. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say areas of abalulekile. Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, our honorable minister, also has worked in a number of areas. She has been, she served in a research as a research technician to Professor Adams Medical School, University of Natal. She also was served as a vice president of the South African Student Organization. She also worked in as house officer in Canada, in Bristol, and other countries in England. That is her career at an earlier age. She was also the chairperson of the ANC Youth Section in Great Britain, also a vice chairperson of the Regional Political Committee in Great Britain as well. Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini worked as a medical officer, wabantwana pediatrician, Mbabane Government Hospital in Swaziland. She also a founder and a director of Health Refugee Trust, a health development organization in England. And also Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma has been around the country. You cannot believe it. Ungicelela ukuthi ngingasho konke ngoba uzoza afuna ukusukuma ngoba sekusele ukuthi ngithi may so rest in peace, cha ngisho njalo sis. The reason I'll tell you why I did actually ask her that she must be patient with me. Because when people, they don't know you, they think they know you. When they see afar, they think they know you because they just hear you once. Thina sizosho ukuthi ubani. Kuthiwa ngizosho lokho nje. ngishaya nje ngisuka le muva ukuthi uhambile ukuthi nje kube umuntu maye uhambo lakhe luba namansetse ngaba usenayo inyawo. Eh, I wanted so that you feel free. I've been seeing you, you're so tense as if we are coming to something that is very sad. But we are here to welcome uMinister ozositshela indaba ezimnandi njengabantu besifazane, ohamba phambi kwethu, ozositshela ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani kulo mkhakha wakhe, yini futhi ugovernment angayenza, yimiphi imithetho ngoba sukela bekhona eParliament and imithetho eminingi ishawe ngoba bona bebesimele njengabantu besifazane, and we can't shy away from that. And hayi ukuthi kuya abantu besifazane nje kuphela abalahlekelwe ulayini. We need women who's a vision, like a visionary like her. She's a visionary in all departments and all her work life. She has been showing that. Now namhlanje ke sizokhuluma ke ngale chapter elontshayo la. Sizosukuma sonke samukele udokotela uNkosazane Dlamini Zuma. Leli lizwe elamakhosikazi alsoze laphela mandla. Leli lizwe elamakhosikazi alsoze laphela mandla. Alisoze laphela mandla. Alisoze laphela mandla. Malibongwe gama lamakhosikazi wathinta imbokodo, wathinta imbokodo uzokufa finish. Let's welcome udokotela uNkosazane Dlamini Zuma azokhuluma nathi. Siyabonga kakhulu Mafungwase ukuba nawe.
Malibongwe. Malibongwe. Gama lamakhosikazi. Let me greet Program Director MEC abakhona bobabili wakaKhoza nowaka Sithole Mloyi. Let me greet leadership here wakhona. We are very happy ukuthi ngisibizile la. Let me greet all the business representatives and leaders who are here. Abasendlunkulu, Ondlunkulu, no Princess Mamthembu, Siswam, Kapothe, Siyakubingelela. Representatives of civil society organizations, our traditional leadership, directors general and heads of department, government officials, ngingakhohlwa uDeputy Mayor noma ngingasamboni, our gracious host. Ngiyabonga le introduction oyenzile. Mina ke angifihli iminyaka yami ngoba I can account for every year ngiphilile. Ngaboba namahloni ngeminyaka yami. I can account for every year. Le 74 enginayo, I can account for it. So ungabi namahloni, ungayisho bawuthanda. But ngifuna ukucorrect khona la ungimisrepresent ekhona. Angisho ukuthi abantu abenza catering, ngithe we must be in everything. So I just want to put that point straight ukuthi ngithe we must be in everything. We must be in the airline, we must be everywhere. Thank you, but thanks for your introduction. Thank you. Distinguished guests, fellow panelists, I'm really humbled to stand in front of women business trailblazers of South Africa, but of the province as well. Because I think it's an area where we still need to do a lot more, but we must be grateful that we have role models that we can follow. So we are very happy with that, and I'm happy to be amongst you. But let me say, I heard everyone introducing themselves where they come from. I mean, I want to introduce myself that I come from Africa. So I'm in the southern tip of Africa, but we are we come from a great continent of Africa, all of us. And let me start by saying, in times gone by, in the streets of Algiers, in the streets of Accra, in the streets of Mombasa, the one constant thing, and in all the streets of major cities, was the indomitable spirit of African women in business. From the earliest days, African women have been the backbone of trade, commerce, and enterprise across the continent. In West Africa, for instance, if you travel in West Africa, you'll go to markets and you'll find the market queens. And you see these women selling in the market everything. And some of them will have the black um, plastic bags that look like for rubbish. They put money there. When they live there, they go to their Mercedes Benzes and they drive home. Many of the men who are great today in West Africa can tell you that they were raised, they were empowered by the market queens. But today, some of those market queens have gone on to be big business because we are not made only to be market queens. We must be everywhere. And you find them that their influence now extends beyond the marketplaces. They are impacting in regional trade, setting economic trends. They represent a crucial link to producers and are decisive in ensuring the stability and resilience, especially in the food system. So I'll talk a lot about African women. In East Africa, for instance, the market queens, sometimes with limited government support, play a crucial role in regional cross-border trade, despite the challenges from navigating complex custom regulations to facing security threats. They transport goods across borders, facilitating regional integration and economic interdependence. Of course, now we're talking about Africa Continental Free Trade, which is going to make it easy for them. But as here, we must also take advantage. What are we going to trade with the rest of Africa? We must be manufacturing, we must be doing all sorts of business so that we can take advantage of the continental free trade. So here, women have potential. Now we must unleash that potential. Closer home, day before yesterday, I went to Msinga with the MEC of Agriculture. Now, I went there for two reasons. One, because I've been appointed to be the champion for Umzinyat, and Msinga is within Umzinyat. Kuboga lo, okade introduce. Owasenquthu, inquthu isemzinyathi. So sizosebenza nawe uzongitotobisa lapha ngoba emzinyathi kukini. But that was the first reason. Second reason, and most important reason, was that the program that was being launched there involves lots of women. And those women are in agriculture. Hey, bayatshala lapha abadlali. Kade bevuna iklabishi. Iklabishi bebelitshalile 150,000 heads of iklabishi. But the project was to link them to markets so that iklabishi labo lingapheleli entsimini. So they have lots of markets now, but on that day we went savuna lapha sahambisa ispa yakhokha. So they supply ospa, basupplier, boxer, basupplier, many others, women. So that's why I went, because we want to encourage women in agriculture, many other sectors, but I'm just talking about agriculture for now. You know, scientists tell us many jobs are going to disappear with technology, right? But let me tell you, ayikho scientist which has come up with an alternative for human fuel except food. So humans are going to be fueled by food. They've been fueled by food since time immemorial, and they're going to be fueled by food for times to come. So mawu in agriculture, akho umuntu ozokuthreatenisha ngokuthi lo msebenzi wakho will disappear. It's never going to disappear. So we were there with amakhosi, because amakhosi there gave land to the women to use. And there are 7 co-ops that work there in different things. But some of them have gone further, because they are not only growing things, some of them are keeping livestock. Ngibuye namasi nje engiwathenge from women there. Yes, they make amasi, they make yogurt, abanye batshala ama-mushrooms, abanye benzani, they are just busy. And they make money. They make money. So I was saying to the MEC, this must be wall to wall in the province, whenever there's land. Because government was helping them with all the implements, agricultural, tractors, everything. They even assisted them with seedlings, which the department produces themselves. They don't buy it from other. The department produces the seedlings and gives them to the farmers. But they also were helping those who are doing home gardens. They were giving them implements and seedlings, manure and everything, fertilizer. So it's not something that can happen far away. You can be a big business where you are. But of course, siyawafuna nalawa far away. Yes, siyawafuna now. So women are making strides in many areas, in technology, in manufacturing, you heard here, in services, in auto, they're making strides. So we can't say as young women who are here and outside, we don't have role models. We do. We do. And that's why they were brought here, so that you know that it is possible. It can be done. But of course, they are also correct that there are still constraints that need to be sorted. Some of them need to be sorted by us as women. Some need to be sorted by government. For instance, we were clebering here, but because we're not gossiping, we were talking, I will say what we said. when they were talking, when she was talking about the company that was refusing to put her on the database because there is a company that buys for 3 million a year. And we were saying maybe women should come together and form a co-op or whatever you want, whatever you call it, and then say, we are going to buy from you for 5 million a month. And then we outcompete without necessarily, because I, as the Department of Women, I have no power. I'll tell the Minister of Trade and Industry all the things that you said. But from us, we have the power to come together and work together. So that's what we were laboring when you were talking, and we were saying, what can we do as women to change this situation? So some of the things the government can do, but some of the things we can navigate ourselves and get there and outcompete those ones. Because you can find that Bona, they were held by someone, maybe by the banks, big banks, to give them the capital and so on. Till now, we don't get that type of help. But I was also asked to talk about the district development model and how business is there. Maybe let me first say why the district development model. Why did we think we must have a district development model? The reason for that, Uguti, when you have 3 spheres of government, each one working on its own in a silo, and not even having a window through the silo to see what the other silo is doing, it's a problem. We spend a lot of money with very little impact on the ground because we are working in silos. So the district development model is supposed to break silos so that we can plan together, give services together, and give energy and oxygen to the economy in the districts. But we also need to do long-term planning, because sometimes people say, oh, why long-term planning? You know, when you plan short-term, you are constrained by your immediate circumstance. You can't even dream big, you can't think big, because ucabangela what you have now. But if you do long-term planning, you can break out of your immediate circumstance and think big, dream big, and achieve those big dreams. It's like a parent. I need you are all parents. We are all parented or parents. Umzali wakho mayicabangela, akakucabangela unyaka owodwa. Angithi uthi hayi ingane isencane isaqala isikole athi ngifuna ibe udokotela. That's long-term planning. She doesn't say ukuthi hey, I'm not employed, so ingane yami ngeke ngicabangele lutho. No, bonke abazali nogogo nabo wonke umuntu nodadewethu nobhuti bethu basicabangela long term. So you can't think just for today. You must break away from today and say, this is what I want. Because if you don't dream it, it won't happen. If you don't think it, it won't happen. So DDM is supposed to also do that. It's also supposed to narrow the distance between us and the population as government. It's supposed to make it easy to deliver in an integrated fashion, and it will be easier to monitor and evaluate. It also means we must budget, all of us, for the community needs, But we must also, I was very happy when the MEC talked about gender responsive budgeting, because until government does gender responsive budgeting, we will never know what of the budget goes to who. We don't know. We say we are empowering women, but can we disaggregate our budget and say this is the amount that goes to the empowerment of women? So gender responsive budgeting is very important. And if KZN has started, that's great. We must really applaud them and everyone must follow. And of course, through the district development model, we want to ensure that there is zero hunger. We must eradicate poverty and unemployment, and eventually inequality. And of course, we must restore coherence in how the government and society plans and implement programs. And the district development model is also not just about government, it's about the whole of society. Business people must come on board, NGOs must come on board, communities must come on board. So that's the district development model. And of course, within that district development model, we, we have a vision of an ideal local government, one that resonates with the aspirations of the people in that locality, and also that optimizes the use of state resources and begin to break all the colonial barriers that were there. So going back to the African continent, because we cannot look at South Africa in isolation. There can be no prosperous South Africa as an island in a sea of poverty in Africa. No, it will not happen. So we will be prosperous with Africa, the rest of Africa being prosperous. The African continent has a very rich tapestry of cultures. I think somebody talked about that earlier. But it's not only the tapestry of cultures, it's resources, mineral, natural resources. We have a rich history. But when it comes to mineral and natural resources, all the countries that are called developed countries, developed mainly on the resources that we have, which they don't have. We are the ones who are supplying them with those mineral and natural resources. And we're still doing that. And we're not using them to develop ourselves. Why? As women, we must say this must come to an end. When you send raw materials to other countries, you're not only sending raw material, you are sending jobs that are going to process and beneficiate those raw materials. We are also exporting revenue, because by the time you get that back, maybe you can't even afford it because it's 10, 100 times more than what you sold it. How? Bagit. That's one thing where corner, you must put your foot down and say, this must stop. We must beneficiate here, and we must sell manufactured and beneficiated and processed. Then we'll get the revenue we need. Then we'll create the jobs. In fact, those are high-end jobs. Because when you mine, you earn less. When you beneficiate, you earn a bit more. So, njengoba nithi nami ninginika umphako nami nginika lowo. For those who didn't understand what I said they were giving me something to take back. I'm also giving you something to take back, that we must stop dealing in raw materials. We must create jobs here, we must get our revenue. So that's one thing that we must do, not only here, across the continent. What is this free African free trade going to do? We're going to sell stones amongst ourselves. No, we must manufacture and sell manufactured goods amongst ourselves. That's what my department is saying to you. And women must be at the forefront of that. You must lead that story in word and in deed. That's my message to you. And of course, you talked about womenomics, and you talked about Japan. That must apply here. The potential will never be, the full potential of South Africa will never be reached without us. Until we are in every area of human endeavor, this country won't reach its full potential. So we must get it straight that if we are not taking the opportunities, it means we are holding the whole country back. Because empowering women is empowering society. So we are a critical part of economic growth, social growth, cultural growth in this country. Somebody said there's no man born without a woman. There's no man or woman born without a woman. We were given that responsibility by God, by the universe, by that we are responsible for the continuation of the human race. It's a big responsibility we have. So that could not have happened if God did not think we have the potential to do anything on this earth for the human race that we bring to this earth. But let me come back to the economy, the areas that we think, I think somebody has mentioned the ocean economy. You know, Africa is like a big island. We have the Indian Ocean, we have the Atlantic, we have the Red Sea, we have the Mediterranean. 4. But we don't utilize it. It's a huge economic frontier that we are not utilizing. There's nothing you can do on the ocean. You can even do deep sea mining in the ocean. There's tourism in the ocean, not only coastal, but floating as well. There's everything. You know, one person said to me, I don't understand. You say there are poor people here. We're having a meeting here in Durban. He says, how can there be poor people on the face of the ocean? So, Wekona, you must lead. You know, during this month, we decided as a department to take young school girls to the ocean. We took them to Simonstown and they spent the day with the Navy. Then the following day, we took them to the port with Transnet and they spent a day there. And one of the little girls said, how? The ocean is like a 10th province. Everything can be done here. You know, because we want young girls and young people, boys as well, and persons with disability, to take advantage of the ocean. There is a lot. There's nothing you can't do on the ocean. There's insurance there, there's logistics, there's transport. 90% of imports and exports from the African continent, including us, is transported through the maritime highways. But it's transported by transport that does not belong to us. It's not insured by us. It's not, it's not us inside. It's not our products that perishables that are inside, but they transport 90% of our products coming in and out. So that must change. You must own these vessels eventually as women. Not only that they should fly the South African flag, you must own them. And you must have women in them, sailing them. Agriculture, I think I've spoken about. Manufacturing, I think somebody spoke quite a bit about manufacturing. But I agree with MEC that we must not only be happy that we are manufacturing parts of something, we must eventually manufacture the something. And South Africa has a bad habit. We were at the forefront of the electric vehicles. Those who remember COP that was here in Durban, we displayed that car. Where is it now? Now we're going to be importing electric cars from other people. Why didn't we commercialize that car? So there are lots of things like that that we should be doing. Somebody talked about solar. We are in discussion after BRICS. We are in discussion with the Indian government and people. They have something called Solar Mamas. They have a project where they produce what they call Solar Mamas. The Solar Mamas manufacture the solar panels. They install and maintain. So we're in discussion with them because we want to send trainers there who are going to see how the manufacturing is done, installation, maintenance, and come and train our own solar mamas. So as a department, that's what we got that. We started those discussions during the BRICS summit. So we're going to follow up with that. And we want to partner with CSIR so that they can also send their energy women engineers so that they can see how this is done, so that when they come back, they'll be making sure that what is manufactured is quality and everything. So that's one of the things that as a department we want to do. Of course, tourism, one of the panelists was talking about tourism. You know, South Africa, just alone, without talking about the continent, during apartheid, there was a branding of South Africa, which was good. It said South Africa is like a world in one country when it comes to tourism. It's true. It is like a world in one country. What is it that you can't find here except polar bears or something? Few things like polar bears and so on. You can find everything here. Everything that a tourist would like to see, you can find here. So let's really get into tourism as women. let's get into tourism in a big way. Big tourists, but even small. You can do Airbnbs, you can do, and then the big uh, companies, there's, isivuliwe i-Hilton la, ayikavuli, ibheke nina-ke. Njengoba ivaliwe nje nithule nithini. You must check it out and see, maybe you can eventually own the Hilton. It's been closed for a long time. And the Hilton, you can't go wrong with the Hilton because it's next to ICC. You walk, you don't even need transport from the Hilton to here. You just walk. So it's a very interesting asset to you who are in business. It's just an idea. The creative industry. The creative industry is a huge job creator. We must also be there in a big way. Logistics. Everything that's manufactured is transported either to the port or into the country or to the continent. So we must get into the logistics. Of course, technology. And we must be also in the financial sector. The set asides that government, we must now implement. But unfortunately, if it was us, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability implementing the set aside, that would be great. But do you know how much our budget is? You will laugh. You know, okay. After compensating employees, we remain with 76 million. This big department that's supposed to look at 70% of the population. But we must harness what you have, other departments have, what private sector has. So the set asides, we must make sure they happen. But not only in government, they must also happen in the private sector. Yes, they must also happen in the private sector and in other. Now, there is one thing I want to talk about seriously here. Access to finance. What power do we have as women? We are in all these banks, isn't it? But when women and youth want to access finance, it's very difficult. So maybe we should go to these banks and say, you must change. That's one aspect of it. The second aspect of it, we want to start a cooperative bank. Why can't we do that? Why can't we start a cooperative bank? Because a cooperative bank will have cooperatives in it, but also has individuals in it. Everything here we've talked about is what government must do. I'm saying we must open a cooperative bank, us as people. Yes, what government must do, but we can open a cooperative bank ourselves. And that cooperative bank, maybe I won't quote countries in Europe which have hundreds of cooperative banks. I'll talk about in Africa, Kenya has one of the biggest cooperative banks. It's in the stock exchange. It has also opened a cooperative insurance company. Why can't we do it ourselves? Because a cooperative bank, we will decide what services, how those services are rendered, because it will be owned by us, right? And so, Nat, let's do something for ourselves. It will be member-centric approach. We will be saying, what do our members need? Community development, financial inclusion, democratic governance, because we will be governing it ourselves. So the advantages of a cooperative bank, it will be accessibility, affordability, trustworthiness, support to small and big enterprises. Now, the Kenyan Cooperative Bank is a huge success. It has millions and millions of members. And a cooperative bank can start small, humble, like the Kenyan bank, but it can grow. It can grow. As I say now, it's in the stock exchange. It's one of the big banks. It has innovative products for everyone, diverse clientele, from farmers to urban professionals to everything. Digital banking they are doing, community initiatives, women's empowerment, and this is what we need. It has tailored financial products for its clients, training, and it has partnerships. So this is the last thing I want to leave you with, the idea of a cooperative bank. Niyayivuma? Okay, sesiyaqala. Sesiyaqala. Niyayazi Moses Kotane Foundation la? Yeah. CEO wakhona uye esisebenza naye manje to start the bank. Iyaqala. Uzothi uphela unyaka. Iyobe mhlawumbe ingakabi ibank full, but iyobe financial institution. And with your support, we can become a bank quickly. Okay? So if we do nothing, but we open a bank, then a lot of people, because there are lots of ideas, lots of people have ideas, but when they want finance, becomes a problem. And lena-ke isezandleni zethu, ayikho ezandleni zomunye umuntu. Singayenza thina. So the Cooperative Bank of Kenya stands as a shining example on how financial institutions can play a pivotal role in women's economic empowerment. Its successes offer valuable lessons for other African countries looking to uplift women and empower women. By recognizing the potential of women, providing tailored solutions, and fostering a spirit of collaboration, we can pave the way for a more inclusive and prosperous future. And as I conclude, I want to conclude with the words of the founding father of South Africa, Babu Nelson Mandela. And I think we must listen carefully to what he said. On the 24th of May, 1994, when he was inaugurated, at his inauguration, he said, and I quote, "The government have the honor to lead, and I dare say the masses who have elected us to serve in this role are inspired by the single vision of creating a people-centered society. Accordingly, The purpose that will drive this government shall be the expansion of the frontiers of human fulfillment, the continuous extension of the frontiers of freedom, the acid test for the legitimacy of the program we elaborate, the government institutions we create, the legislation we adopt must be whether they serve these objectives. We must construct that people-centered society of freedom in such a manner that it guarantees political liberties and human rights of all citizens. And we are the citizens of this country. Unless our rights are guaranteed, it means we are not fulfilling what the founding fathers said. But fortunately for the women of South Africa, we're not sitting at home and waiting for someone to deliver. I don't like that word, deliver. Because when you say something is going to be delivered, it means you are passive. We are passively sitting for the person to come and deliver. We must find and coin a phrase that implies that we are participants, not passive recipients. Right? Nina-ke nifundile nizolithola lelo coin. Nizolicoina leyo phrase. But let's not wait for delivery. Let's be participants in developing a people-driven development. And there are many examples of that. You know, Cuba is one of the poor countries, but education, health, everyone has access to. But also, they didn't say to people, we'll deliver houses for you. They give them material. They give them professionals to assist them and say, build your house. If we did that, if we do that, we'll build more houses within the amount we have. We can build much more. And also people will value those houses because they would have put their energies in them. So let's look at, as women, doing like the women in Sing. They were given seedlings. They didn't wait for government to come and water those plants. They made sure they participated. And now, bathengisa iklabishi elingaka. Huge. It's their energy. With the help, support, but their energy. And women in this country and on the continent have always been energetic. Thina ngabe sifuze bani? Our forebearers went to the Union Building under the slogan, organize, unite for people's power. Tina, we must say, organize, unite, be independent for women's power. Thank you.
Siyabonga, ngizocela ungayehli because sekuyisikhathi sephema. Yes. Is it right? Igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, igama lamakhosikazi malibongwe, 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 malibongwe. Ngathi ngifuna ukuthi amen. Siyabonga kakhulu ma, siyabonga kakhulu ngikhulu ukuzithoba. Yazi umama introduce abala all your accolades. As a young person, it shows us that there's still a lot we need to do. You know, when we empower ourselves, it's not just for ourselves, but it's for the people that we meet, imparting our knowledge so that collectively we can grow as people, we can grow as societies, we can grow as communities. Siyabonga kakhulu. Angifuni ukuya angifuni ukuya kude ngoba ngizoyimosha kakhulu. So esikhathini samanje I'm going to call up the co-chair uMam Namhla Mniki, who is going to run the second panel. The importance of this second panel is to speak to captains of industry in both the public and private sector. We heard the businesswomen talking about their challenges, talking about ABC, but let us get a fresh perspective from the people that hold the purse strings. Ukuthi, why le purse keep it 2 cents? Why is it not taking out everything? So I'm going to invite co-chair who is going to call on the participants on the next panel, apologies. And at the same time, the minister and the co-chair will be in dialogue with the captains of industry. Thank you. Okay.
Sanibona. Ninjani kodwa? Yabona, I'm convincing as a Zulu woman, ne? But kahle kahle, I'm a Xhosa woman who was previously Zulu. It will interest you to know. No, let me explain. Let me explain. You know, most like Abatembu, from the Xhosas who are now called Abatembu, were previously from here, right? You know this. So mina, isibongo sami ngumniki, but my clan name nguZulu, even though I'm Xhosa. So I'm just reclaiming my roots and feeling myself, you know. It's such a pleasure to be here. I'm not going to waste too much time. I'm just going to ask my panelists. I'm going to call them by name and I am going to go through the protocols. But I just want my panelists to come up to the stage and then we're going to get started with the conversation. So I've asked somebody to go and assist me with the Honorable MEC because she's joining us on the stage. May I also have Ms. Nompumelelo Dweba Kwebana, who is the ports manager here in Durban. So we are definitely talking about the oceans economy. May I also have Mrs. Nolufefe Ali, who is the Corporate Services Executive at the Dube Trade Port. I'm delighted that they are here. We're going to have a rocking conversation. And then the Director of MSC, Ms. Innocentia Modau, who basically is in the executive leadership of the cruise ship. You know, the cruise entity. We're also going to be talking to her here. So while we do that, I have someone that's going to help me to revive us a little bit. May I have our song, Sisanele, please?
Aibo, aibo, aibo.
Ngiyabonga. Thank you so much, Sanele, for that. Okay, so now we are going to start officially. I do want to stand on the existing protocols and thank Honorable Minister who is here, thank the two MSCs, thank the royal houses or the representatives of royalty who are here, and then of course celebrate all of the leaders who are in the room, and I recognize all of us as leaders. As the Women Economic Assembly, one of the things we really are quite emphatic about is that we can't continue to talk about conversations that don't lead to results. The reason why we tend to sit in panels with decision makers is because we want to have a sense of what are those practical solutions, not the principles, not the ideas, not the dreams, but what are the practical solutions that we can put in place in order to make sure we are activating opportunities. I'm gonna take just 2 minutes to tell you about some of those stories. You heard Sipiwo talking here about the automotive industry, which is our model industry because we are gaining the most traction with them. You know that when we started in 2021, there was not a single car dealership owned by a woman in South Africa. After the first few conversations with them, they said through their transformation fund, they are going to make sure that they bring women into the industry. By end of last year, we had 4 car dealerships owned by women. We also had managed, and by the way, this was a relationship between women who are in the auto industry, so entrepreneurs like yourselves, working with us as the Women Economic Assembly, working with the public sector, but most importantly, engaging with industry to say you have a role to play. How can we co-create the transformation we want to see in this ecosystem? One of the things that really helped us was the fact that we did not undermine our collective power. We went and sat with the CEO of BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and we began to have conversations about where are the opportunities. And they kept saying, you know what, our value chain is global. So we make decisions are not made in South Africa about where we get components for our cars. They are made in Germany and other countries, right? So co-chair and I and the women at WeCorner, we began to say, okay, fine. You've decided your supply chain for the next 5 years. Tell us what you are going to need in 5 years' time. We're going to get women ready here so that we can actually ensure that we're manufacturing what you are needing in 5 years' time. So that even though they are saying, you know what, there are blockages immediately here, this space of co-creation actually allows us to think into the future so that even if we can't access that industry right this minute, we can begin to build towards that. This same industry, just a week ago, we had a Women in Auto National Forum, and they said they are going to train 30 new dealer principals. Now, the number 30 seems like it's very small, Minister, because, you know, until you realize that out of the hundreds of dealerships in South Africa, we still have such a few number. So when we talk about 30 dealer principals that are actually trained, it means those women become qualifiers to own their own dealerships. It's not just an employment thing. It's that we are starting a process where a pipeline of new industrialists who are actually going to be owning car dealerships. I mention this not because we just love the automotive sector alone. I mention it because it gives us a model of what transformation looks like and what it takes to make it happen. An enabling policy environment, leadership that is committed to the cause and the engagement between the various sectors, women in industry who are willing to grab those opportunities, and then a process of designing the solution. So this panel is about the solutions, and we've called both in the public sector and in the private sector women that we know are designers of solutions. They are innovators. And so what we're going to do is we're going to begin first by an overall introduction. I'm not going to ask the minister to introduce herself and MEC because obviously we already know who they are. But I'm joined by 3 women executives who are standing at the top of key industries in KZN. They're going to tell us who they are, they're going to tell us what they do, and they're going to give us a brief overview, very brief, 2 minutes, brief overview of what their companies are up to in relation to creating opportunities for women. Then we're going to begin to kind of go deep in having a conversation about how do we begin to activate those opportunities. So let me start off here.
Thank you very much, Program Director, Honorable Minister, and the MECs. Allow me to say all protocol observed. My name is Mpumi Dweba Kwetana. I am the port manager for the Port of Durban. I have managed the port of Ngqura in the Eastern Cape. From there, I went to the Port of Cape Town to manage the Port of Cape Town. And now here I am in Durban. And I am from the rural areas. There's nothing special about me. It's just that opportunities were created for me to study and I grabbed those. I am here today because opportunities were presented for me. But I think importantly today in the Port of Durban, it is to share what opportunities do we have in the Port of Durban. We might recall that in 2020, the state president of the country was in the Port of Durban, and he made an announcement that there was going to be 100 billion investment that was going to be rolled out in the Port of Durban. That is then translated through our group chief executive and our minister to what is called as a master plan for KwaZulu-Natal. So there are infrastructure developments that are going to be taking place in both ports, the Port of Durban and the Port of Richards Bay. To just mention few of those, we are positioning, the master plan positions the Port of Durban as an international container hub. So when you look at the word international container hub, being a hub, if I simplify it, is like you are like a place where everybody comes, and it's like you are a garage of some sort, but everybody cannot go through anywhere else without going via you. So that's the container hub, but specifically for the container sector. The Port of Durban handles, I think, almost 60% of the containers in the entire port system are handled in the Port of Durban. So we are positioning ourselves not as as a transshipment hub, because Ngqura is positioned as a transshipment hub, but Durban is a container hub where the ships that call Innocentia is going to take it through the details of what happens in the shipping space. But when a ship calls in a port, there are services that are required from that ship over and above the discharge and the loading of cargo. We are positioning ourselves as well as a one-stop shop where we are going to need people that are going to be servicing those vessels in terms of ship handling, in terms of bunkering services. We are doing a lot of work to really work on our dry docking facility, which is more on marine manufacturing and marine engineering. And I think the Honorable Minister spoke about this world of oceans economy, and part of the work that was supposed to be done by Transnet National Port Authority was more on refurbishing these dry docks so that we position ourselves as a country as a ship repair destination of choice. So over and above the normal loading and discharge of cargo, we're gonna need people that are going to be playing in the space of ship handling, playing in the space of bunkering, playing in the space of the repair of those ships that are going to be calling in the port of Durban. But what are the infrastructure projects?
Before we get
Okay.
we're gonna get to the solutions just now. So I need an extra mic so that we're not exchanging mics, colleagues. So we're gonna get to the next introduction just now, but I wanna have a sense. I'm a simple woman. I come from a rural village in Idukwa. So to the simplest possible form, or in the simplest possible way, what does that mean for me as a woman in business in terms of opportunities? So the fact that the port is this international containers garage that you explained. I'm a woman sitting here and I'm looking for the opportunity. What's my entry point, and what does that mean in terms of services end products that you are actually procuring in South Africa and your international clients are procuring that the women in this room could take advantage of?
Quickly, the Honorable Minister Ndisiwe Chukinga, who is the Minister of Transport, has actually launched a structure which is called as WOMESA. I'm happy Advocate My Pipa is part of that structure as well. What the WOMESA does is to focus only on the women that are in the room so that we are able to arrange structures. We are able to organize ourselves as KZN WOMESA launch, also with the broader under the umbrella of the Women Economic Assembly chapter that is being launched today. But we need to arrange ourselves as the women in KwaZulu-Natal for under maritime so that we are able, because maritime is broad, it must be clear what is your area of focus. Do you want to play in the space of bunkering? Do you want to play in the space of marine manufacturing? Do you want to play in the space of construction? Do you want to play in also other spaces within the port environment? So WOMESA, for me, I think is going to be the vehicle that we are going to be taking. We need to have membership. We are going to be launching that very soon. That is the first initiative. But from a Port of Durban perspective, we have just appointed our female procurement manager in the Port of Durban. We are going to be arranging sessions so that we can actually engage. We have started the first one with the youth, I think a couple of weeks ago. The next level would be for us to take specifically to women who are actually interested in maritime opportunities. But the advice that I'm going to beg that we do, identify your niche, identify what is it that you want to do, research on that and stick to that.
So, can we give a round of applause? Thank you so much. We'll come back to this. Sisnal Fefe, please tell us about Dube Trade Port and zoom in on this area around where are the entry points and opportunities for women there. If you could get it.
Is it working? Okay, thank you. Thanks for having me, Honorable Minister and other ministers, all protocol observed. Good afternoon, beautiful ladies. Dube Trade Port Corporation is a provincial government entity. It is a special economic zone and it's under the Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs. And our mandate actually is very broad. Our interest spreads across a number of sectors. We participate in a number of value chains. It includes includes industrial and manufacturing sectors, cargo and logistics. We also into agriculture and agri-processing, and we're also into telecommunications. And our mandate is to support manufacturing businesses, big and small, in particular women-owned enterprises. And it is across the sectors. Currently, we have businesses that are in electronics, agri-processing, telecommunications, electronics, packaging. And if I can just name drop a few of the businesses that are operating from our precinct, with Future Life, Samsung, DP Schenker, Chem Energy, and so what we are providing as Dube Trade Port as part of the mandate is bulk infrastructure to stimulate economic growth in the KZN. We also attract long-term investments. And we are also, by virtue of us running a cargo, we are in the business of moving goods and services within KZN and outside KZN. And we also facilitate imports and exports. In terms of the opportunities that are available for women at Dube Trade Port, as being strategically placed in the mainstream of women-owned enterprises, we do, in fact, we are strategically located just by us being located within the King Shaka International Airport. we in direct proximity or adjacent to the N2 highway. That makes it easy for anyone to operate within our precinct. In addition to that, we also have excellent connectivity. I mean, nobody does not want that in an environment where we live with load shedding. And we also provide highly secured premises from which women-owned enterprises in particular can operate from. From the property operations perspective, we provide fully serviced sites with already secured zoning approvals, and we know how difficult it is to get that. And we cater for small and large businesses as well. This is to ensure ease of development and actually make the commercial properties accessible to small businesses, big businesses, and women-owned enterprises. And from
If just another 30 seconds, just to wrap up so we can move to the next introduction.
okay, in the space of agri-zone and operation, maybe let me zoom in there.
Yeah.
Our operation is one of the first integrated perishable supply chains, and it offers technology advanced farming platform, which includes a climate controlled, glass covered growing area with a dedicated post harvest pack houses, central distribution centers. We also have nursery, and we also have a plant tissue culture laboratory facility within the agri-zone operation. In addition to this, we have telecommunications business. I think I mentioned that we provide a secure cloud environment with telecommunications infrastructure. Some of the services that we offer is broadbanding, networking, disaster recovery systems, and also we run a Cisco infrastructure, which we
Right.
sell to our businesses within the precinct. And we big on skills development support for women because of the very challenges that were mentioned before. We catch women young from high school, we provide them with bursaries and
Right.
actually encourage them to study in the skill areas like engineering, IT, agriculture, and you name it.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Sis
you.
Nalufefe. We'll come back to you. I'm gonna jump over to Innocentia from MSC, but I'm gonna do a temperature check in the house. This is not to embarrass anyone, but let's just do this experiment. How many people have engaged in any way, either as a service provider or as a beneficiary of an intervention from the Ports Authority in Durban, in the room? Anybody? One over there? Anyone else? Two over here, three over there. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. It's we could do better, but that's great. Anyone that has engaged with Dube Pots? Dube, one, two. But I'm not gonna count the two here because this is a government person over here. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So here's what I want you to do, guys. Because we are here and we're not time wasters, right? We're here because we wanna understand how do we actually get opportunities that help us to expand our businesses. So I want you to listen with a really keen eye for those entry points and those opportunities. And if at the end we have a chance for a question or two, we'll also take that question or two. But I'm wanting to encourage my panelists. The reason I'm showing you this is because I want us to get as practical as possible about how do we break down the value chain? How do you assist us sitting in this room so we understand exactly not necessarily what you do from a perspective of inputs and the fantastic work you do in the organization, but rather helping the nuance and the eye in the room to say, actually, if you had this service, you would immediately have an opportunity within our organization or our own company. But we're gonna come back to that. Sis Innocentia, please, a quick introduction.
Thank you, and all protocol observed. Thanks, Minister, for the words of wisdom that you've given me, and thanks to Mama Futi for inviting me to come and speak to you. So my name is Innocentia Motau, born and bred in Pretoria, get to Mamelodi, but I'm here because I'm chasing a goal and a dream in Durban. I'm a maritime entrepreneur. I don't know if you guys have, I made this word for myself. I'm a maritime entrepreneur, and how I got into it was I was at the right place at the right time, and I'm a beneficiary of an inclusive entrepreneurship. And I'll explain what I mean. So I'm with MSC, not on the cruise side, on the cargo side. Cargo funds cruises. So I'm on the cargo side, the one that makes money, the one that I told myself I need to understand. And the only way to understand it is to be there with them. I was fortunate, I got in. MSC is the largest shipping line in container business in the world, number one in South Africa, and I've been 13 years with them. I got there financially astute from a development bank. I'm a chemical engineer by profession. Hey, but I like depth, eh? I could talk to them on commercial things, but I didn't have depth. And I'm like, I'm not gonna leave this industry because it's a world building industry. I need to understand it and take time. Then I went to do my master's in maritime economics here at UKZN, all the way from Mamelodi. I finished. I went back to my principles, but this is who I am now. I've even empowered myself to understand sea freight markets, port operation, and so forth. What do we do together? Then they said, no, we've got an enterprise development program that we can start with you. Start your small forward and clearing business, and we'll give you all the customs business. Got no problem. It made sense. So I'm a partner of MSC, young girl from Mamelodi, and I had a will to be a better person within them. With the right time, God afforded me to be with MSC. So that's where I am. And why I came or agreed to come and speak to you guys is that as I said, I've been at the right place at the right time, but I equipped myself so much to understand the language, to want to do what the industry actually dictates to. And the thing about inclusive entrepreneurship, the government is doing a lot for us, guys. But we don't give back. We don't commit back to opportunities. We don't learn about the opportunities. And she knows. I meet a lot of ladies who apply for vessel agent, waste management in the port. No experience, but they got the license. They issued that license for that poor lady who wants to do something with herself. So I'm here to say, as much as government is doing a lot for us, we as entrepreneurs need to come and take what they're giving us with both our hands and understand what we and immerse ourselves in those opportunities for us to be players in the economy. I just want to share one slide when we basically I demonstrate where you can start applying your mind and thinking where to participate. Did you get my presentation? It's the fourth last slide. And this slide is interesting because, and it goes back to our moderator's issue to say, I went in there as well and I asked MSC, can I see an invoice of a vessel that comes to the port of Durban? Just, break it down to see where I can play, right? MSC brings about 7 vessels a week, carrying cargo worth millions of rands. They do bunkering, they do chandlering, they do slops. I didn't even know what slops were. Basically, they clean old oil and replace it with new oil. I didn't know, but now I know. And I asked for that invoice. Can you get that slide? Yeah, the fourth last slide from the bottom. And just go apply your mind based on this. And those are the questions you need to ask because they'll give you direct answers and you guys will go and equip yourself with the right answers. There we go.
You might need to stand, that's
Yeah,
fine. So
that's
what
fine.
we're trying to do is to get to the question of where are the opportunities in this value chain?
And you must go apply your mind on this. So as we dwell into it, I'll try and elaborate. So one small vessel bringing about 5,000 containers to the port of Durban. This is what it spends money on, right? Transnet Ports Authority, the landlord who gives it the space to park their vessel. Transnet Port Operation, who gives it the superstructure to take the container in and out. Stevedoring companies, ships agency, I call them the concierge of ships because they just make the ship, have everything they need and provisions. And there's clearing and forwarding, there's customs documentation, there's roll haulage, there's rail, TFR, there's ship repair, there's bunkering, then miscellaneous medical expenses. Now, as an entrepreneur or as somebody who wishes to get into the industry, this is what you need to look at and say, where do you want to play? Now, let's see who plays more in this one ship in terms of revenue. So the port gets about 29% of the revenue. It's about 5.8 million when a small vessel comes. The money they leave in the country, 5.8. And then Transnet takes 29%. The operator takes about 19% of that revenue. Steve Doran takes about 0.5. Ships agency, 0. Nothing. Small amount. And it goes on, but we'll share the slide with you. And that's where you need to ask yourself, where do you want to play? The minute you identify which percentage you want to see yourself in, you go then and equip yourself with what you need to do. So this is where I want to start my conversations with you. Choose where you want to play. Thank you.
Thank you so, so much. You keep that. See, now I'm loving where we are going. Did you see how many people were taking photos just so that I hope you are already positioning yourself, ladies. So, Minister, you've had our there's an exchange going on there that I want to honor. So, Minister, so you've had some of these opportunities. These are enabler organizations that are potential clients to the women sitting here. But one of the many powerful things you said in your inputs, one of them was we must begin to beneficiate. That means creating manufacturing ecosystems in South Africa so that the women in this room and outside this room can take advantage of opportunities within these ecosystems. The challenge with manufacturing is quite complex, but one of the things we begin to zoom in on is potentially that you needed maybe 2 or 3 enablers in the manufacturing ecosystem, including productive infrastructure. In countries like Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, actually, one of the things the public sector does, those public sectors don't give grants generally, but what they do is they will build common use infrastructure for manufacturing to help cooperatives, to help women who are in particular industries so that they can manufacture together. And this is not something that's necessarily common in South Africa, and it seems as if it hasn't been taken up as yet. So there's that question around an entrepreneur that's about to start or that has been in the industry, but that now has to find capital to build a manufacturing plant, even if it's a micro one, and to essentially have the resources to be able to manufacture. Is there something that can be done combining both what we understand about the national policy framework as well as the DDM model to ensure that we actually are building that productive infrastructure so that we can take the load off new manufacturers to be able to do the work that they need to be able to do?
Well, I think once there is a need and a demand, we should try and see how we meet it. We've got the MEC for COPTA here. And maybe through the local government, it's something that can be done in the district. Because everything happens in the district. We're in a district here. So there's nothing that happened in national or provincial. Everything happens in the district. So maybe it's something we must take up together with COTA, together with small business, and see how we can create that ecosystem for small manufacturers. We're going to take it as a challenge, but I'm also going to throw it back to you.
Yes.
As we corner. What do you think the private sector can do
to create that productive infrastructure?
Yes.
That's an important question. Thank you so much, Minister, for that. MEC for COCTA, I do want to come to you and actually ask the very same question. Is there an opportunity in the work that COCTA does through the DDMs to actually create opportunities for that productive infrastructure? But as you answer that question, feel free to also give us a sense of what are the other entry points that you would recommend the women in the room to use as they engage with the DDM.
Thank you, facilitator. As COCTA, what we have been trying to do is to coordinate at a level of a local municipality, not only at a district, but also down to a local municipality. Why we were doing that, we are trying to ensure that through the DDM, which we use as OSS, we have war rooms in those respective wards. So any economy should start at a ward level, Because if you want to empower a woman, you must empower a person where the person lives. So as COGTA, we have a responsibility of coordinating in those respective wards, and we expect the councillors to be the champion of economic development in those particular wards. It's how the government has looked at how to empower people, and also to take all the departments to the ward, then asking people to come to the province and also to come to national. So we're trying to do that. Hence, Honorable Minister was saying we have a DDM, beyond DDM as a program and a plan of wanting to empower women through it. They will also have district economic development agencies, which are also empowered to deal with issues of saying how do we tell people about the opportunities from all departments and entities of the government. Beyond that, when people are engaged in the economic activities in those respective wards, how do we then coordinate the market for them through the DAs? We are doing that to ensure that we coordinate them. We did in agriculture. We have women in agriculture and rural development who were coordinating their work. As Honorable Minister was saying, they were at Umsinga. In Umsinga, we have a local municipality and a local office of agriculture, where we have all these women known by the extension officers. They coordinate the planting season as it's starting now. They are going to coordinate who should be planted and who are planting and what is it that they are planting. And for a period that they will be planting, then they will be assisting them with a fertilizer and all other equipment. But after that, they take through RASET program that has been done by government, take those food together to the market, even if we have no intake, off-take agreement with anybody, but those that have off-take will then give you a chance to take their food and put in their package. If they have intake off-take of about 20 tons, but they are not able to fill that, to fulfill that, they can utilize other women who are also in the same space and also in the same production. So that's what government is doing. But I'm certain that it's not enough, because in most cases we find that our women want to do something that other people are doing. I think breaking it down, like as Dadewethu was doing, is making a sense to say focus on one. Which one do you want to focus on? Because we can't all plant cabbages and say that we are contributing. Some must plant cabbages, others must plant carrot, others must grow beans, spinach, and so forth. Because we know that we need all these things, so that when there are off takes, we are able to say, KwaZulu Natal, uma kufuneka inyama ebovu, sizoyithola kuphi kubantu besifazane. And I think we pride ourselves as KwaZulu-Natal that we have women who have made it to even international. Kunomama abafuya ingulube. She's not just doing izingulube. She has ingulube and now is doing processing ingulube. Wenza inyama, wenza amavos, wenza yonke ilento processing. Ngoba i-government of KwaZulu-Natal has empowered her and supported her. When we have these women in agriculture entrepreneurship awards, we don't give them a certificate. We give them money so that they grow their business. But our people are not wanting to grow their business. What do they do? Most of them, not all of them. When you give them, we say we are giving you as a start for 3 years. We are going to give you 5 million each year, but we must see you moving. So that after 3 years as a policy of this government, we are saying you are able now to stand on your own. So that's what we want to do to say to women, identify what is it that you want to do, and what economic side you want to take. Do you want to go on automotive? What is it that you can do there? Do you want to sell tires or do you want to sell cars? And then you focus on that. We empower you based on what you are doing. But people's bathi hayi siyithanda zonke, then we can't empower
Bathi
people
siyithanda
bezithanda zonke because the government is it. But fortunately, what is good about KwaZulu-Natal, we have a leader of government business who is tasked with the office of the premier to monitor whether all departments with COGTA are ensuring that women are participating economically in all the works of those departments, and the percentage was designated as 40%. So we now and again the premier asks, bring reports department, how much have you moved? Are you empowering women? Are you seeing a difference from the previous financial year? How have you moved? How many new people that have come in the system? And what is the data challenge? We know again the challenge, and we're saying to them, to women seated here, don't be afraid and be shy, because when we're launching Siatesha why people were saying, well, lento yenu government, you already know who you want to empower. We said, no, it's not correct. Challenge us if we see, and bring us evidence. ukuthi, this is what I've done, and this is how far I've gone. But your government has let me down by not protecting my interests in this respect. We want to grow women, and we want women to grow in the economy.
We want to grow women. Thank you so much, MSC. Really, that is encouraging, and it's encouraging also to see that, to hear that we are beginning to get some results. Now, I want to come back again, Apa. Kosis Mpumi, if we can have just one conversation, colleagues. So if now you were to just advise us on how, whether the Ports Authority in Durban has begun to have some curated programs specifically now for women. So as we've been engaging with the private sector, one of the things we're picking up is the private sector is actually very serious about supporting women in business, small enterprises, young people, and persons with disabilities. And generally the programs have to do with capacity building and enterprise development, financing, and then offtake agreements. In other words, direct procurement. Are there any immediate programs, interventions that you can share with us here about what the Ports Authority is doing to actually enable women in that ecosystem?
All right, thank you so much. But for me to answer you, Chair, we must be grounded to understand what is the mandate of Transnet National Port Authority, which is outlined in the National Ports Act, that we are the landlord. And as the landlord, most of our work comes more from the construction side of activities. So that is why I was talking about the master plan and the opportunities that are going to be coming with the master plan. That's number one. Number two, wanted to also indicate that Transnet, being a state-owned company, and Transnet National Ports Authority is just one of the divisions of Transnet. We are governed by the country's legislation, and in particular, the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act, which is outlined by the National Treasury, and it is specific on prioritizing Black women-owned business as part of the goals to achieve our BEE. So within our CAPEX project and within our OPEX, because our activities or our opportunities are divided into two. There is OPEX, which is part of our operational expenses, and there's CAPEX. CAPEX is major infrastructure developments that are taking place in the port. So we have got programs there that are specific to women. But of course, that is why I said in the beginning, it is going to be important that we organize ourselves, because it starts with how do you respond to the RFP that we send out. So those master class workshops to actually empower us to be able to respond to the RFP, for me, that is a starting point. Thank you. I'm not sure whether I've answered.
Thank you very much. You can keep the mic. So if I were to ask the same question, I think in the at Dube Port, you've already described, I think, quite extensively. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Yes. Okay. No. So you've already explained, I think, quite extensively the various services that you have for businesses. And I think one, even though of course we love Dubeport because it's such an enabler ecosystem, right? Because you've got the bulk manufacturing, you've got the facilities that I believe are at a lower rate than the overall market prices and so on. So you subsidize. But for, you know, for a business that might be at a level of a small business or a micro enterprise, one might have a sense that you really focus a lot more on your intermediary or medium-sized businesses and large-scale businesses. Is that the case, or is there real opportunity for smaller enterprises to actually take advantage of your facilities as well? While you are answering that question, also talk to us about what work you're doing in the space of enterprise development and building the capacity of micro and small enterprises.
Thank you very much. We do provide opportunities for women-owned enterprises, that is small enterprises. For instance, in the,
Just closer to your mouth, possibly.
can you hear me now? Okay. We provide opportunities for women-owned enterprises in the space of our mini factories that we provide. The reason why we came up with the concept of mini factories, it was for the very reason that we realized that most women who are running businesses cannot afford the fully fledged kinds of factories. And mini factories are our strategy or a venture that is providing some form of incubation for women-owned businesses. We're trying to reduce barriers to entry for small industrialists, irrespective of the environment that the woman is operating in. And we also provide reduced rental rates for target groups, including women. So now, when we come to the issue of supplier development programs, we've since realized that as it relates to procurement, most women-owned businesses fail, and actually they fail at the due diligence stages as it relates to compliance, the requirements for tax, documentation not in place, and we have a supplier development program that we run which seeks to address these gaps. And we are using platforms of this nature to kind of put our ear on the ground in terms of understanding the information gaps and the support that is much needed by women so that they can start participating and benefiting from the services that are at play within the Dubai Trade Port scope. And again, another element that relates to prioritizing women within our procurement space, as much as it is the case for youth and people with disabilities, we do prioritize women. For instance, we see that most uptake from women's side is in catering, cleaning, events-related businesses. But when it comes to agriculture-related or construction-related tenders, women are struggling to get licensing and they're struggling to get funding. So our intervention is to sign agreements and MOUs. This is in progress as we speak with DFIs, that is the development funding institutions like your growth funds and IDC. And the intention is to provide a one-stop shop for women so that when they take up opportunities within our environment, we can actually walk the journey with them, teach them about access to opportunities, how to fill in bid documents, and how to access other opportunities that can actually empower and equip them to grow their businesses. Yeah, I think that is what we're doing
A quick
in the
follow-up
space
question.
at this space.
Just to, I mean, this sound like really wonderful interventions. In your experience, what is the thing that stops women from taking advantage of those opportunities? In other words, are there things that you might advise us here about just break this barrier, whether it's information asymmetries, or why is it that women are not accessing the opportunities that you are talking about?
In my view, I think women have allowed the ecosystem to box themselves into certain pockets, like the catering, cleaning, and events that we're talking to.
Do you hear that?
I think we
That
allow
came up
that.
earlier also though, and where there is smoke, there's usually fire.
Yes.
So
For instance, I'll take the issue of construction. Currently, we have a huge construction taking place in our environment. We're building an innovation hub. We contracted WPHO.
guys, I want you to hear this.
WPHO, but in terms of our procurement, we do demand that the bigger conglomerates must have a sub-construction of about 45%. But we don't leave it there. We want to know that the actual organization that is constructed is actually delivering the service, and we pay directly to that very organization. And we don't leave it there. I'll take an example of an advertising agency that we work with. They started working as a subcontractor on this 45% arrangement. And now they are the main contractor that is providing the service to us. So, yeah, that is what we would like to encourage women to do, and through our monitoring and evaluation, and not ending at awarding these contracts. We do follow up and want to know exactly that the woman that you're bringing is not the face for your organization.
Yes.
Is the woman who's trying to grow a business. And we want to know what is it that you're doing to actually take them through the route to being a main contractor, if it's in construction, or to being the main service provider, irrespective of the sector that they are delivering the service in.
So my takeaway, I think, from Dubai Trade Port is that, number one, they have a really rigorous process of supporting enterprises so that they can comply, because compliance is an important element. But over and above that, there is this system I'm hearing, which I really like, which is about the subcontracting. But we're not just subcontracting and leaving you to be a subcontractor forever. Eventually, we want you to graduate to be the main supplier. And I think that that's a model that we probably could even learn from and begin to kind of like engage with other entities on. In Essentia, I want to come to you because I want you to speak around the same areas as well. Immediate advice or guidance you might give to someone who says, well, MSC has all of these ships that are coming into, or vessels as you call them, that are coming into, the harbor. How do they engage with them? Are there actual interventions that you have that target women, that target young people and persons with disabilities? How do they activate them? As you answer that question, though, I want you to talk us through what you think are some of the things that prevent women from actually taking up those opportunities.
So maybe what will help also is to just explain the role of MSC in South Africa. They're really just popping in and going. So all they want is to see their ship in and out. They're an agent of a principal in Geneva. Maersk is an agent in South Africa of a principal in Denmark. So these shipping lines are literally just passing. And I got to understand it because I got into the business to understand what they're doing. But I'm picking up nuances of, that's probably where we're going to need the minister and our government to help. I realized that cargo is king. That's how we'll make money with the shipping lines that passes. Cargo is king. We must own land and build our own cargo. They'll put a red carpet for us so that we can fill their ships and also benefit on the freight rate. Key in our ships that come here is freight rates. But cargo comes and go. Cargo has legacy issues. People of color don't own a lot of cargo. We don't own cargo. And I'm hearing we're speaking a lot of agriculture. We need to take that serious. We need to own cargo. And our government must help us so that we own cargo. As women, as Black people, and I'll tell you how it will work. You own cargo, you work in MSC, you're like, MSC, I don't have a ship, I'm not gonna buy a ship. But I've got ladies who make potatoes that need to go to West Africa. Give me a slot of about 10 containers with a discounted freight rate and I make a bit of a rebate out of it. Yeah. Then you're talking economic emancipation. So at the moment, we don't own cargo, we don't have a say, but I'm hopeful because I want to start my own. I've actually registered my own shipping line without ships because you can. You can use those that have the big ships and be assetless and own ships. All I need is cargo. Minister, let the people give us cargo. Let's get cargo.
Cargo is manufactured.
Manufacturing.
Exactly. Exactly. So
Manufacture.
let's manufacture. And somebody asked, why is South Korea making the ships and all that and we're not? Because we're not a supply nation. Our ships come collect our raw material, they turn back and go back home because somebody else nominated the ship that must come fetch their cargo. We can't allow those. We must move our own cargo. We must move our own commodities. We must dictate, the logistics of our own products. And then we can start building our own ships because it's our taxis that will take our commodities to the client who needs it. At the moment, they come and collect with their ships and go. So there's a lot of opportunities, but it's a subject for another day because I'm learning that we're expecting some miracles from shipping lines. They come and go. They need a chandler there. They need bunkers there. They come and go and collect and sell space on their ships. Let's co-own those ships with them, asset free. Thank you.
Very, very strong points. So, and this takes us back, I think, to the minister's point around manufacturing, right? Because basically, cargo means we're producing things that are in demand in other parts of the world, so that we are essentially using those opportunities, as it were. We're going to move a little bit towards the end, just because we didn't have much time to start off with. But I did want to come back to you, Minister, if that is okay, because one of the opportunities you were beginning to help us to understand was the AFCFTA and the free trade area, basically, within the African continent, and how one might be able to leverage that space, particularly women. You also gave us an example in your speech around India and the work that is going on there with the solar panels, and potentially us having an intervention where we are training women with solar panels. So my question is two-pronged. Number one, are there specific interventions either at the departmental level or at the broader government level that are worth us knowing about here, that are helping us to activate opportunities within the AFCFTA? And related to that and the India question, since we want specific commitments and interventions, can we make it one of the resolutions and the outcomes of this conversation around this India opportunity, that we would begin to build the capacity of South African women to be producers and manufacturers of solar panels, and really be the emerging experts in that space? Because we can work with the department, obviously, to develop an actual intervention that brings in the private sector, various government departments, and women entrepreneurs to actually build that capacity. But we need to know that this is an intervention that we can take forward, so that in 5 years' time, we can say, we now have, what is it, Mama Solar? Was it Solar Mamas? Solar Mamas. So I'm wanting something concrete out of Solar Mamas, because we loved hearing about that. But also we want to have a sense of what concretely at the AFCFTA level we can start doing.
Okay, with Solar Mamas, actually, India is expecting us to. Anizwa.
I think it needs to be lifted up.
Niyezwa manje.
There we go.
Okay, India is actually expecting us to launch this program in November.
Wow.
Because they have this program going on. So their next intake is in November. So if we want to get into their next intake in November, we must have a few women there. Because they can't take many women, that's why we said they can train trainers who will come back and do the training here.
I love that.
So you can, in fact, after this, maybe we should meet when we get back to Pretoria.
Right.
And see what Wekona thinks they can contribute to this program. CSIR has said they can send somebody there to go, an engineer there, to go and see how it's done, so that when they come back, they could be part of the training. So Wekona should say what role
right
it thinks it can play in this program. Because if it's done properly, it can be a big program, because it's not only just installing, but it's manufacturing the panels, which can be sold elsewhere, which can even be part of what we do in the Africa Continental Free Trade, because solar panels are needed across the continent, not only in South Africa. but of course more in South Africa since we have this challenge. So I think we can have a concrete
intervention. That's a good. Thank you.
So that's number one. Number two, in terms of us, I'm going to talk about what we also discussed in BRICS. Brazil wants us to have a pilot project, which will eventually be a BRICS-wide project, but they want to start it with just us, talking and seeing what project we can do, whether it's in agriculture or elsewhere, which we can then, they want us to put a team together. And I'm inviting Wekona to be part of that team. So that we can then work on what we can do with them and move on. But I also just want to challenge you as business people. What is it that, for instance, women can work together? We can, why don't we have a women-owned airline?
Why?
Why? You know, we don't have an airline that flies in to BRICS countries. We have to go hop from one country to the other and so on. She was talking about vessels. I said earlier, those vessels that carry our exports and imports are not ours. So instead of asking government, why don't we say, this is what we want? Government, Minister of Trade and Industry, Minister of Small Business, if it's a small thing, these are the things we'd like to do. What should we do? But let me say, for the Africa Continental Free Trade, there is an organization already on the continent for women in trade.
Yes.
I'm sure you know about it, which is looking at different women and their companies and to see how to then take advantage of the Africa Continental Free Trade. But if we want a workshop on this, we can ask the secretariat, we can ask the SG to organize something where Kona can be the one that coordinates, so that they can take us through what, because there are countries that are already piloting this African free trade. Even the payment systems and all that. So maybe when you have done your rollout, you can bring women together and can have a workshop that takes them through all the things that they need to know about the continental free trade area. Because this is a big opportunity that we must take advantage of as a continent. Because if we don't, other people will just use us as a big market for them to dump their stuff. We should be gearing ourselves with what are we going to be selling amongst ourselves. So that's another concrete thing you can do.
Noted, Minister. Thank you so much. And well received, well taken.
Okay.
And I did want to mention, by the way, let me check. So do we have people that are interested in being solar mamas? If we did something about that? Because this is not, can I have the Wikona KZN team stand up so that they know who exactly they are going to hold accountable? So this is not our last conversation, and we are not a talk show. we don't just talk about ideas. One of the major interventions that we need to roll out and design and curate is this idea around what we might want to do with solar mamas. Now, think about it sequentially. So minister already outlined a very clear plan to say, number one, it's train the trainers. That's the India connection. But once we have a timeline for the trainers and when they will be trained by, then we have an opportunity to say, how do we begin to roll that down so that we can then have the people that are being trained as manufacturers, as the actual solar mamas, and then design an ecosystem that's going to be able to help us. So it's not a short term, we're going to achieve this next month type of project, but I'm saying that as we are continuing, hold us accountable, that we are actually giving ourselves a 5-year time frame to say, in 2-3 provinces in South Africa, we've got solar mamas. We went through a process that allowed us to have that. So that's definitely, I think that's something that would be a game changer. It also, by the way, would be an indication that we're serious about economies of the future, because at the moment, solar producers in South Africa generally are already existing energy companies. And so our energy work stream at Wikona actually began to articulate for us what we want, what we need to do in order to basically engage this industry. And I think that this is certainly one of the most critical things we can do. So Minister, thank you so much for that opportunity. Thank you also for outlining the opportunities related to Brazil and that potential pilot, as well as the workshop around the AFCFTA, which is essentially our mandate now taken from you around what it is we need to do. So we're going to wrap this segment up. I do want to come to MEC. I'm going to give everybody a chance to just say one last word. And guys, we're going to be going to lunch just now. So MEC, I mean, I think that as we just finish off and maybe you leave us with, apologies, you leave us with your last words. You did articulate when you were speaking earlier quite a number of initiatives that are happening at various levels, right? That women could take advantage of. I did want, because I had an opportunity to speak to you earlier or hear you speak earlier, and I know this is something you are really passionate about. I did want to hear whether you just have any specific words of advice for women business owners that are here, something that is practical and tangible. Number one, about what are some of those strategies? I think I remember when you were speaking, you were using a Zulu term that I can't remember at this stage, but basically I understood it to mean force your way so that you can own industry. Ukuba ngumgulu, gulugudela. And as you were speaking, I was like, I want a strategy for ukugulukudela. I want to know, how do I do it? How do I gulukudela into the public sector when I need help? I want to know, how do I gulukudela into the private sector when I need help? And you seem to me like you have the kind of wisdom that would help us to talk to this. So if you have any just words of advice, 3 top actions that a woman can take here and do, what would those be?
Thank you. I think one would advise by saying, "Uthi, umuntu, you must know what you want. And when you know what you want, you must assert yourself to say, this is what I want to achieve. So that when you go to anybody, you say, come in and class. How are you going to assist me ngokuthi ngenze ama-class? Uyazi ukuthi uzofunani. Manje le yokuthi you go around and say, anything government can do. You know, we break down the budget of the government. Say, for this year, the amount, this amount is going to be utilized for the services such as this. Sisho ukuthi malini, masithi sothenga ama-uniform ngo-100 million ama-uniform. It means ukuthi uma ufuna manufacture ama-uniform, go and do that. Come and tell us ukuthi ngiyamthunga, but government uzongenzela kanjani ukuthi ngikwazi ukuba umthungi ongathungi nje ukuphesha izingubo, but othunga lama uniform, and I need that tender, nami ngibe yiphathi yayo. You start small. Uyoqala mhlambe njengoba ade esho udadewethu ukuthi you start mhlambe ube upartner nabanye abantu and baku subcontract wenze ezo 10 u-add kulo 100 ufunakalayo, then you get something out of it. Then the next time you get more than that because uyaqala uyakhula kanjalo. So people are afraid to grow in business. They want a business with a big money and then they spend the entire money and they don't invest in it. I'll cite one example. We had women in agriculture and rural development. We said to these women, for 3 years, we are going to support you. Awuzofuya kuphela izinkukhu, uzofuya inkukhu zamaqanda. Not ezo-100, but we start with 10,000 wezinkukhu. We are saying ukuthi sifuna ukuthi kuthiwe usomabhizinisi wena ukhiqiza iy'nkukhu unamaqanda amaqanda akho ngosuku wena ukhiqiza more than 10,000 because inkukhu maze u-10,000 ayizala amaqanda elilodwa elilodwa. It means about 30,000 you can make a day. Then out of that uma lezo zinkukhu sekuphele leso sikhathi sazo ziba inyama, you must have your abattoir. So you bring a comprehensive value chain and say this is what you are going to do. Wena uzofocasa kule party yakho yokufuya inkukhu zamaqanda, mawufuna ufuya ezenyama, this is what we are going to is the entire package ezo empower ukuthi in 3 years ungabisamdinga ugovernment and stand on your own, but learn to invest in your business. People, they don't want to invest in their business. They want every time but when you get money, you don't invest in your business. You take the profit, you eat the profits, and come back and say, government is paying the food. Then it can't, because other people that are on the line are not able to get their chance. Because lost when we are sasa uvuke sikuvuse uphinde uwe phambi kwakusasa, and I don't think ukuthi if we focus and start saying ukuthi I'm going to invest in my vision of a business of my zothini engiba comfortable ukuyenza, because abantu lento yama-cooperative minister it's not bad, but at times you find people get to a cooperative anginayo interest mina yokuyinkukhu, ngine-interest yokudayisa imoto, kodwa manje because ngibonile ukuthi kunemali enikezwa i-cooperative sengiyiphathi ye-cooperative, hence-ke masithola imali bese siyaxabana. So I'm saying ukuthi-ke u-government has made ukuthi nawe uwedwa ungasizakala. So-ke sikusize ngokuthi uqale iphupho lakho. Masithi sokusiza for 3 years, ipolicy isho njalo. Bonakala phela every year ukhula, moving forward. Sithi sokushiya sekunika imakethe e-sustainable ozokwazi ukuthi kuleyo market. And don't think ukuthi u-government must give everything, including imakethe. You know what, I was very impressed. I do youth month agriculture. This boy came and said, lalela ngqongqoshe, sesizwile ukuthi ukhuluma ngathi ngabantu abasha. Mina nginazo inkukhu, ngifundile, ngafunda agriculture ngawuqeda, nginey'nkukhu eziwu-100. Mina engikufuna kuwena ukuthi ungiphe ukudla for 6 months, bese ungipha amanzi engizolukhuza ngawo lezi nkukhu. Then emva kwalokho ngqongqoshe, ngicela ukukutshela imakethe nginayo, ngizozenzela konke okunye. We need you to be that kind of people, of women, to say cha government ungacabanga ukuthi ngifuna konke, mina nginikele part le ngizozenzela. Then you will be able ukuthi niziqhenye ngokuthi you have achieved, because uma njalo uzohlala ucelwa uphiwa ingakho ningakwazi ukuba nikwazi ukuzimela nibe bold. Mina i-advice yami ukuthi when you start a business, be sure ukuthi this is what you like and put everything in it and invest in your business. Then you'll see your business growing. Then get from there, uqale ukunetworker with other people abane similar business with you. Not only in South Africa, abantu bakaZulu-Natal bayamthanda uKwaZulu-Natal, muhle impela siney'ntaba. Go outside and see other people and you'll grow. Learn from other people from other countries, network with them. Then you will grow. But mawuhlala ngasekhaya bona thina emkhungundo sithi sine-status minister. Sasithanda nje ukubuka le ndonga ey'bovu sicathi bonke abantu njena thina siphezulu kunabo. Until you go out of Maritzburg, you can see ukuthi how naive and how shallow you have become. Because loku upraise ukuthi wase-Maritzburg wena yabo awuphumi. Even i-tourism, sicabanga i-tourism yabantu bawenza i-tourism uyaphuma la KwaZulu-Natal uye eGoli uye eCape Town. Iningi into esingayenza sisodwa kwi-tourism market within i-province and visiting lezi indawo ezikhona KwaZulu-Natal and promoting them. Wazi ngekwaZulu-Natal ukuthi kuney'ndawo ey'ngakanani ezama-heritage site. So I'm saying ukuthi-ke mina yami advice, identify your business.
Yeah.
go get assistance, but also have a vision of saying, how are you going to invest in your business and grow your business?
Yes.
Network with other people who are of a similar business that you have a
Okay.
venture in.
Sibongile
Thanks.
kakhulu, MEC. Thank you so, so much. Nuggets of wisdom right there. And underpinning everything you are saying is, of course, that we really do need to be strategic players, I think, in our industries, so that if you know you are producing just this one element, but you are part of a value chain that you understand, working with other women, progressive businesses that are owned by men, so that you actually are part of a fuller a value chain, as it were. MEC, so if we were to understand the commitments then that the province, I'm going to ask you now to just one second to answer this one, because you are also representing the premier, and the women in this room want to know what commitments does the province want to make or has made to women going forward, especially in relation to women knowing how to activate the 40% preferential procurement.
Thank you. I think Eleona did, but I was not in this meeting, to say that we have adopted to say that our budget should be gender bias. And we have adopted
Gender-based
that.
budgeting.
So when we say that we need a gender-based budgeting, we are saying that in that budget, it must be clear which each department kakhokta kulo nyaka ibeke malini ezo-empower abantu besifazane in what areas. Then sewuzokwazi-ke nawe ukubheka i-area yakho uma kwakhokta uyibheke kwa-ATA, uyibheke kwa-agriculture, uyibheke kona wonke njengoba sina-16 wama-department KwaZulu-Natal. So uzozuma in kuleyo ithandwa wuwe bese ufike ubheke ukuthi-ke ungqongqoshe wakhona uthe uzobekani malini for abantu besifazane kuyimiphi imkhakha nabantu abakhubazekile kwimiphi imkhakha.
Yes.
Because I think we must also say ukuthi every year we do take stock with how many disabled or people living with people with disability
Yeah.
too wrong.
Persons.
Persons living with disability too are wrong foot. Kodwa-ke abantu-ke nje sizingcono ngisho ngesizulu, abantu abakhubazekile bangaki, hhayi nje abaqashiwe kodwa abanikezwe amathuba okuba namabhizinisi abo, ngoba akusho ukuthi umuntu okhubazekile akakwazi ukuthi angazimela naye abe nebhizinisi abe nefamily akwazi ukuziphilisa. So as KwaZulu-Natal, that's what we have done. I think I must say we are not breaking ourselves. Besila on Tuesday sinikezela kubantu abasha i-support ngokwe-youth growth fund yethu elidwa uPremia. Premier has given about 56 young business people bakwaZulu-Natal. So it means ukuthi ngo-90 million abewubekile eceleni unikezele wonke. Kodwa because kuyi-grant, people abazuyisebenzisa ba-investe kona bazofuna ukuthi aphinde abuye futhi azobanikeza enye i-grant on top of the grant. Siyabonga.
Thank you so much, MEC. Innocentia, I'm gonna come to you. Same set of questions, because this is your final input and our time is fast spent. So final words of wisdom about just 2 or 3 tips that you would leave us with of how to really make it within the oceans economy. And then any commitment that you think that you might be able to make to the women in this room around the industry and around MSC and what MSC does.
Okay, thank you. So for me, I'm here to have focus groups of understanding the industry deeper and deeper. I think I've learned enough to know what it's all about and what the triggers are. And I'm here to help women sit, and I mentor and coach on understanding the different value chains that we can take advantage of. I'm here. Secondly, we do cruises. Biggest cruise business we do is in South Africa. And I've understood that they want to also increase their procurement spend in Durban, in South Africa. But my keen interest is in agriculture, specifically. And it's something I want us to, take a conversation further with Wikona to just test one good, ready agricultural product, either potato or eggs, right? And I can pitch it through to them as a patriotic South Africa working for a multinational. And I'm ready to do that one. We feed 25,000 people a week. And
25,000 people a week.
yeah, so we need
So
to find
there's an
ourselves in there.
ecosystem in there as
We need to
well.
find ourselves in there. I'm
Yeah.
here to help. Lastly, ship repair is the future of manufacturing.
Okay.
It's a job spinner. We fixed 3 ships in 3 months. We created 200 jobs a day, skilled and unskilled. So can it be supported? Can the port let us come in to fix the ships? And I know you're doing initiatives, Mbumi. You're making your dry dock bigger and better. The ships are bigger, and ship repair is the future. It's currency, is a job creator, and it's a hub for engineering for young women in business. And that's my parting shot. And good luck. The sector, there's so much to do in the sector. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sisi. I feel like we didn't hear her in some of the things she said because they were such a big deal. Number one, this is a genius for the oceans economy. And she's saying she's offering to do master courses, master classes that are going to allow women who are interested in the oceans economy. Can I see you by show of hands? Who's interested? You see, you've got an audience and even coaching clients in here. So I'm going to ask Sis Mafiki. Sis Mafiki, I don't know who the sector lead is for the oceans economy, but there's the sector lead for WeCorner for the oceans economy, and we're going to begin to create that system so that we begin these master classes. A master class allows you to essentially save yourself from 5 years of pain because the person who's been here for dead for 20 years tells you what not to do and what to do better, faster, more effectively. So we cannot underestimate the value that brings. She also highlighted in the ecosystem 25,000 people being fed, there's a value chain there. She also talked about the fact that let's experiment with this cargo thing by identifying one product and essentially pitching to MSC what we can do or how to get that cargo shipped to wherever, right? That's what you're saying. So that's something also that we need to basically zoom in on. I like practical, like I can't do theory. So I like the idea that we can say, who's a potato producer? Who's the producer in eggs? What can we do? Can we put together an idea? Can we bring together a collaboration between 10 women, etc.? So that's a to-do for us.
One more thing that shocked me in the States, and sorry to Roganala Khano. So one of my principals went to Geneva and comes back and say, Innocentia, West Africa uses so much onions, but they import them from Netherlands.
What?
We're like, no, the ACFTA. Yes, let's try. Let's grow onions, guys. Angola needs onions. We've got land. Let's grow onions. Because we found that they take about 1,000 containers. In the last 3 months, Netherlands gave Angola about 1,000 containers of onions.
1,000 containers of
We want to take the onions to Angola from South Africa.
Minister, please.
Those are intelligence nobody will tell you about.
That's why the African continental free trade.
Can we
so that we stop importing food from Europe. We grow it here and we sell amongst the Africans. Africa imports more than $50 billion of food. Imports. But we have land, we have water, we have the sun. So the market is there, but other people are using us as the market. So that's why I really feel we must, agriculture is a winner, but everything else is. On the ocean, you need agriculture.
Yes.
Everywhere, you still need agriculture because there is nowhere where food is not needed.
Yes.
Even in the hub, there you need food. So where those who have land and government, province, if we can give women land, Amakosi must give women land. And yesterday, day before yesterday, where I was in Msinga, they were asking government if the government can sponsor umshini wokuwasha amazambane because banamazambane amaningi but iy'tolo ziwafuna ewashiwe. So maybe instead okuthi uye ezitolo ngeza kuwena. But here is a market.
Yeah.
Just the floating tourism. The floating tourism is a big market in itself. So let's take advantage of that.
Noted, Minister. Thank you so much. Well received. You know, I mean, I know we've run out of time, but at the core of most of the things we're talking about, it seems to me that the time for courage has come. Now, I'm not saying we have not been courageous because we are a people of courage, but it's an elevated courage that looks beyond what I'm doing right now to see the long term and what's possible. If we're at the level of talking about cargoes and, and the AFCFTA, clearly it means that we must stop ourselves to see that it's just this thing I'm doing that's little and small, because none of us are like, there's no particular person that has a particularly special quality that the other person doesn't have. So it is all of us that are going to do all of these things that we are talking about. We rural girls, we township girls or township women, we who have grown up in multiple circumstances with intersectional vulnerabilities, but it's still us. It's still us, so that our daughters and sons don't have to deal with the same issues in the future. Sis Nolfefe, your final parting shots.
Thank you. This is powerful. So much intelligence. But on my side, listening to the minister,
Closer to
the minister, our Sensia, I think the parting shot on my side is that it's time that us as women we locate ourselves in the bigger scheme of things. And what I see is that there are lots of opportunities, and I'm acknowledging that we all wonderfully and fearfully made by God, and we are unique. So it means that in the bigger scheme of things, if you identify your passion and something that's going to sustain your drive, so that whatever that you put your hand in, you're able to sustain through to the future. I think that's what we need to do. Minister said, people say there's money being given to a particular co-op and you raise your hand, you want to join that. I think time is gone for us to be doing that. Let's just be true to ourselves and actually invest some time and energy in personal development and agree to be vulnerable. Try and get depth in whatever that we choose, so that we understand it in and out. That means understanding the economic value chain from beginning to the end, so that we become masters in that which we align ourselves.
You didn't say anything about Dube Trade Port and any specific commitments that you want to share.
Our commitment, being driven by passion.
No, but we love the
I
passion.
mentioned that our commitment at the
us to us and our to you guys for as Dubai Trade Port. Follow us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, and digital media in the form of our website. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Final words, Assistant Bobby.
Thank you, Chair.
We are almost done, colleagues. Just one. Yeah.
Number one, I think for me, Chair, is to organize ourselves. I think government has done this initiative of establishing Wekona. At the same time, the Minister of Transport has established WMESA. Advocate Mapipa is here. So these two structures, can we meet so that we can have a conversation specifically on maritime?
Right.
A one-day conversation on maritime. Ino has not even scratched a surface. I did not even scratch a surface in terms of the opportunities that we have in the port. So we need to have a conversation, not a drive-through.
Okay.
We appreciate the minister cannot be with us. The minister, they've said, go ahead. The MEC, they are saying, go ahead, have a conversation. So let's begin to have a conversation.
All right.
As women. Number two, it's critical that we empower ourselves. I am making a commitment that I am going to be there to ensure that I empower you. The biggest failure for us is how to fill the procurement document. Unfortunately, we are in a country and the history is really not doing us well of our country. So we are under spotlight in terms of our procurement processes. So I'm here. I want to empower you. Please join hands with me. The third one, out of this, we need to have a poll, but it must be people that are specific and that really take an interest in maritime. The last one, because our principals are here. Minister, there is an elephant in the room, which are the discussions that are taking place at World Trade Organization that are not empowering us as South African. There is this elephant in the room which is called Incoterms. Incoterms mean when you sell any product as a South Africa, it's free on board. So you do not benefit anything. Whoever is buying a product from you, they buy it, they organize the ship, they organize everything. Unfortunately, when we even buy from overseas, we buy CIF, which is cost, insurance, and freight. So which means whoever is selling us will have an advantage of choosing the ship of their own choice, ensuring that that cargo is insured and. So there's a big discussion that we need to have about maritime and what needs to change. My last one, if I disappear, I've got my colleagues here, Ulondiwe is still going to stick around.
Londi, can you stand?
Londiwe.
There she is.
Ukwaida as well, but Ukwaida is going to live with me. Unfortunately, I've got another commitment.
Understood. Can we give a round of applause for that? So, Minister is going to be the last person that speaks in the panel, and then we're going to do gifts just now. Can we just please give me 5 minutes? I know we've been pressing on you. Are we coming for the 10th province? You don't remember we're coming for the 10th province, right? Clearly, we're coming. We corner for the 10th province, oceans economy. Yeah? Okay. So, Minister, I'm going to give you the last words. Just, final impartation, if you will, of we've gotten our marching orders, certainly around the various elements you mentioned, including the cooperative bank, which we are fully behind and excited about as well. So there's really 4 key things that you've said are action areas. But anything that you might want to talk to us about as final parting shots, including giving us a sense of what we might be able to expect from the public sector at national level in terms of its support for women in business, the 40% preferential procurement, and what you expect business. The last word I'd like you to have is really just a direct message to business, because we'll take it there. But just a message to business around what they need to do to come on board to support the women of South Africa.
Okay, thanks. Maybe starting with business. I think business must understand that women, whether they are employees, they need to make sure that they are treated properly. They are paid properly. We can't continue to be paid less than men for the same work. So, but as women, if we must just look at one company that does that and boycott their products. We have the power and say, if you are paying men more than women for the same work, we are not going to buy your product. So we must also be organized. The women of 1956 were organized and they were willing to go to the union building. We must also be willing to do something. So the business must do something, but we must be willing to do something if they don't. So we must be organized. We must be united, because if I say I'm going to boycott and you go and buy, it won't work. But also, we must support one another's business where it's possible. If I can support your business, let me support your business. And say, this is a woman's business, let me support it. But we must also understand our country. We must look at every district where corner do that work and spread it amongst women. What is the endowment of this region, of this district? What is the endowment of this district? What can we take advantage of in this district? Because you must do business to start with what is there. So if we understand, you are a tourist person, tourism, which municipality has the cleanest air in South Africa? Do you know that? The cleanest air in South Africa. Yes. Which one? Okay. Unfortunately, I can't say it because it's got my name. Yes, and this municipality has the cleanest air in South Africa. And that was, but it's an advantage coming from a disadvantage, because we have no factories, we have no industries, we've only got mountains and fields. So it's a disadvantage, but it's an advantage for tourists. Do you know where the highest pub in Africa is? Where? No, it's not in Lesotho. Half of it is in South Africa, half of it is in Lesotho. In which municipality in South Africa? And is it? So I'm just saying, I'm just saying we must understand the different areas, what's there, what is the strength of this, what is the endowment, and then you build from that endowment. So there are 52 districts where Kona must study the endowments. When I was in Kokta, we studied every district. And that's why I can tell you about almost every district, what is there in this district. In Northwest, they have cows. Somebody, and I don't like that, but somebody was saying they are the Texas of South Africa. I don't like it because it's our cows. Why should we say they are the Texas? Texas is the northwest of South Africa. maybe we should say that. But I'm just saying that will help everyone when you say in this district there's this, in this district there's this, so that when people want to do business, because you don't have to do business only where you are, you can go to other areas, or you can even grow your business. You could have something common in your district and another. So I think that's one of the things we must, so that as women we understand our country and what is there in our country. But I can see Namsa is running out of time. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister. I won't even try to summarize, partly because we really have run out of time. Who in KZN, in the team, is it Sis Mafiki, is it you, or who's coming through? So, Minister, what we're going to ask is that we do a family photo, and then colleagues just want to also pass some items as part of our finishing off, since we're going to lose some people. So please quickly come through so that we can facilitate that process. I'm gonna ask all of the other speakers that spoke in the first panel, we're gonna do a family photo, and then I'm gonna ask the MEC, where is she sitting? Has she gone? MEC for Social Development? Not here anymore, okay. But the speakers that spoke, anybody that spoke here this morning, please come through so that we can do this quick photo. May I ask us to stand, please? So, Minister, we're gonna all stand here. Do you want some to be on the floor? Right on the edge? Okay, so please come forward. Let's do this quickly. Please come through. Please come through. Let me see. So that we don't lose. Lisa, if you could come forward to the right.